Yay! Okay, so before we really get into it, who needs a refresher on what before we start?
Um, who are we?
Where are we? What's
Maybe we
going
can
on?
explain that to the
We
viewers
we
who we
just
are.
came back to the guild.
Yeah.
Yes.
A brief summary for anyone who might still be confused or who needs it. Our characters were real people who got sucked into their D&D game on a search for their old dungeon master Oliver, who suddenly and mysteriously passed away. They reconnected at his funeral, went to investigate his old game store where he worked, and upon returning all the pages to his DM's journal, got sucked into this campaign setting that he created for them years ago, Valora, where they are now, inhabiting the bodies of their D&D characters, including but not limited to
Mm.
Edgar, who is now residing within Pam,
Hello.
Veronica, who is now residing within Vorgana,
Hello.
Harrison, who is now residing within Vincent,
Hello.
and Dr. Ray von Licht, who is now within Darius.
Howdy. Guten Tag, mein Freund.
All right. So, as Darius reminded you all, you had just made your way back to the Guild of Guiding Light towards the center of the city of Portwind in the small seaside country of Savine. After battling a water elemental on the docks, having a semi-confrontation with a small tavern owner, and making your way through a unforgiving rainstorm, you walk inside to the dry, far warmer interior, though it is unlit, and you cannot see once you go inside towards this central city building. What would you like to do?
All right, guys. I have a plan. Let's all sit down and commiserate, figure out what we're doing and how we got here.
Okay.
Can you please repeat that one more time?
I said, let's sit down and commiserate all to figure out what we're doing here and how we got here and who we are. Because I am a physics teacher, but now I am in my Dungeons and Dragons character of Darius, and I know that. So,
Yes.
and I see all these other characters that are from Dungeons and Dragons, and I know that they can't eat, but here they are anyway. So, for our friend Oliver,
Well,
we saw him in the visions that happened when we were sucked into his DM book. Does anybody have any theories?
So Darius starts saying this to all of you, just confidently striding into the still darkened halls of the Guild of Guiding Light with a confidence that he doesn't even realize he has as he brushes past and with a quick flick of his fingers on a wall, without thinking about it, his body does this as a muscle memory. He twists a small gas line on the wall and little lanterns light up the curved hall you've entered into. As you see, the back of the hall is curtained off with some kind of vinyl where the construction is still going on, but you are in this freshly adjusted, newly constructed circular hall with a round table in the center, dozens of pieces of paper, books scattered all about from, and that's as much as you can just make out in this space, reminding you somewhat of the basement of the old game store for a moment.
Is there a bar?
Negative.
Well, one thing is for certain, my flask did not come with me from last time. So.
I think we're all too confused to. I mean, I know I don't have any theories. This is incredibly insane.
Well, let's all take a seat at this table.
Is there anyone in here?
Make a perception check.
Oh. Let me pull up my character sheet.
Okay.
Ooh. Wait. Okay.
That's a natural 20, but you have -3 perception.
Hey. Dang it.
So, you notice even beyond just getting acquainted with the surroundings that you find yourself in, the walls have been... It appears to be almost repurposed from some other older building in the city center, closer to the higher guilds, government bodies, etc., etc. But inside, looking for other people, you get, by and large, just the presences of your friends. Taking another quick look around, you think that there might be some kind of a... There's some slight movement outside where there was still construction going on, just people passing by in the street, and the vinyl that's holding the current... we're building onto this area closed is kind of flapping with the rain and the wind going... And I don't have good Foley work, but that's what it's doing right now. You think that there may be some potential bugs or rats or small critters that could get in from there, but as far as you can tell right now, there's no other massive... There's no other humanoids within your direct vicinity.
Okay. Then I take a seat at the table thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take a seat too.
I also take a seat, begrudgingly.
And you notice as you all go to take seats, when you entered the guild, Ashoka just isn't there. And you are not sure why, but something in your D&D character brain, in all of you, just goes, "Oh, he's doing it again." Ashoka does this. Yeah, sometimes he just breaks off to go be with nature or something. You're not 100% sure, but he is just peaced out. Maybe he was still peeved from the little gnomish kid. You don't know.
Or like everybody he got peeved by.
Yes.
All of it.
Potentially.
Okay, you want a theory? I have a theory. I clap my hands. And I look at Darius. And I say, maybe that little basement was full of asbestos, and we're all hallucinating this, just like how Oliver was probably hallucinating everything, and we're all just crazy, and nothing makes sense. How's that?
I don't believe that. I'm now a boy, so...
We're hallucinating.
Yeah,
what
that
more
is...
is there to say? We're hallucinating. None of this is real.
It feels real to me.
It does feel
I think
pretty
it's real too. I
don't think it's real, but I don't know what's going on.
I mean, I feel this table.
Yeah.
That's pretty real to me.
As he slams his hand down on the table, some like sawdust flies up from it because it's still... Things are still happening around here. It's fresh. It's new.
Also, what are we calling ourselves by our name? Like, am I calling you Vincent? Am I calling you Pam? Am I calling you Poncho?
Veronica, you're Veronica. We are calling you Veronica.
I mean, I'm a Vorgana. It's kind of weird. I'm trying to have some disassociation right now.
I mean, I don't know. If this really is just a hallucination, I have no idea. I guess we should try to stay ourselves as much as possible. But if this is real, then we should call ourselves by our character names.
You can call me Darius.
Maybe we can just call each other our real names around each other. But for safety, we can just use our character names around other people.
Safety from what?
I don't know.
I like look like past my shoulder and just like look around us. This is the Guild of the Guiding Light. Like, what could be scary and dangerous about this?
Well, I mean, in general, like later on when we run into more people, we should use our character names, but
There will
when
be
we're
a
just
later on. We are hallucinating. Hallucinations don't last forever. There will be no later on.
okay, so when is it gonna end?
I just like hang my head. I don't know.
So what do you all recall of the entrance into this realm? We saw Oliver's face, many versions of Oliver's face in the different characters. Did he tell us to find him? Save him? What
He
do
didn't tell
you
us
all
anything.
recall?
I couldn't really tell what he was saying. It was very cryptic.
Why
But-
just us?
I remember him saying, "Help me" or "Find me," or something.
But how do we do that?
I guess we do that in this round.
What do you mean this realm? What do you
The
say?
D&D realm. I think that maybe he was astral projecting into the D&D realm and got trapped here.
That's not
Aren't you a
possible.
physics professor?
Do you think he did it on purpose, though?
Pardon me?
Did it on purpose, or do you think he did it like as an accident?
I don't know.
Maybe
The-
yeah, something maybe brought him here.
I think there was the condition of the book is what I find disconcerting. He ripped out the pages of that book. At least I'm assuming he did. Maybe in the act of doing that,
Do we still have the book? Do you guys have the book?
Can we check our belongings to see if
You
anyone
check
has
through
it?
your pockets and packs and bags, and you do not find any of Oliver's pages amongst you. Whatever physicality those pages had was left in the other place, the other realm, as it were.
Well, the only other person who took notes mysteriously disappeared, so
Historians, man, they just gotta sometimes peace out.
Do one of us have like Oliver's scribblings?
You don't have it, but you do remember it.
Well, maybe we should go try looking for Ashoka. I mean, Victor.
So I mean,
well, I mean, I guess
well,
that's
Oliver knew that Valor was real.
if it is.
I mean, it feels very real to me.
Veronica, you're
And I
sad.
also-
Just be
I
sad.
just fought a water elemental. I mean, I've never done that in real life, except in D&D. But I was physically fighting one with Ashoka, who has now mysteriously disappeared, which is nothing new. But
So, if Oliver knew that this place was real, say it is real. If he knew that, why did he not tell anybody? Why would he just keep this to himself?
that's a good question. Sure.
Maybe, I don't know.
Doc, did he say anything like this to you? Like, anything strange? Did he say anything strange?
well, that's always part of his deal. But he sounded excited when I last talked to him, which was only 2 days ago. But he didn't say this. Maybe he was waiting to spring it on us.
Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. I think you're right.
But how? How is any of this possible? How? You know what? Why are we here in the guild again? Can somebody remind me?
Because it's raining outside and it's cold, and this is inside and it's warm. And we
Yes.
need to-
Warm.
Hmm.
Outside, that sucks.
I thought there would be people here, so
Yeah, the one guild leader, isn't he Dragonborn?
I thought so.
Yes, he is.
We-
Or
Did we already talk? to
Ramu.
him? No, Darius did.
I talked, yeah. Last
Have any
session.
leads on maybe we can ask him a couple more questions.
We could. I know he went to the guild headquarters or the
Mm-hmm.
or the office, the office to represent the guild. So he'll be a while before he comes back.
Okay.
What else can we learn from this place? What else can we look around for?
There are a bunch of papers on the desk, or rather on the table.
I start shuffling.
Those good sound effects.
You start sifting through the papers, Pam?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and make an investigation check.
You got it, dude.
I just dropped my phone. Sorry, guys.
That's alright.
It made for a good sound effect when
Oh,
she was
wow.
looking at it.
I got 4, boys.
4.
Here we go.
Um,
What were you
All
rolling
that? Should we all roll for investigation, Daniel?
if you're looking through the pieces of paper, Pam starts to shuffle through them first, just kind of grabbing for anything at this point, and she's like, there's too many languages here that you can't read, and honestly you're not sure what you expected, because you know that even though they're not here right now, the people that are running this guild that are friends with Darius are all nerds, so of course they know like 18 languages each, and it's honestly frustrating.
I'm aside and I investigate.
All right, make your roll.
'Cause I know more languages. A high roll.
Nice.
12.
Okay, so you begin to look through, and you're not seeing necessarily whatever papers Ramu would have needed to begin whatever process it is to make your guild a proper guild in this area. He took with him, but you see random papers having to do with some other members of the Guild of Guiding Light, including some people with names that you see that you have vague knowledge of through your association with Darius, like Rayon, Lovina, Seamus, Kergund, stuff like that. It's papers by them, notes on each of their different subjects, like transmutation, the collection of books and knowledge, some mechanical notes from somebody whose like handwriting is scribbled all over the paper, some potential new apprentices that they're asking to join, etc., etc. All very guildy type stuff.
Are
Is there
any
any-
of the new people named Oliver?
No.
Or would he be Oliver in this realm?
Probably
you're-
not.
Yeah.
Well, we played with what would be known as here.
You're already kind of it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. What would Oliver be called in the D&D world? We've all played with him.
Uh,
His
It could be
character's
anyone.
name.
One of you.
Are there just
who was his favorite NPC? Everybody think.
well? Are there descriptions of the people? Because we can kind of remember some of the different faces we saw.
Would one of you like to make another investigation check? Vorgana looked through the basics of the paperwork, but if you're looking specifically at like the new people that are joining,
I'll look.
okay,
Yeah, that works.
make an investigation check, please, Darius.
Nice.
Whoa.
Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
Darius is good at reading things.
It's his guild.
It is his guild. You can see that the new apprentices being brought on include Ramu's new apprentice, named Sunor, who appears to be a young halfling with there's like a brief sketch of him on the page with kind of dirty looking hair and freckles across his nose, big eyes, but like a big toothy smile, and a brief description of the kind of experience that he's had in the past magically, which is that he's a sorcerer at birth and is looking for help to control his powers, which is right up Ramu's alley. Not necessarily what you you see a paperwork in the handwriting of a man named Seamus, who, upon looking at the Darius part of you, kind of gives a sigh of frustration because Seamus, the actual already guild member, is a small gnomish man who fights with you often about topics you don't particularly care about, but that he insists that you fight upon anyway.
Mhm.
And his current apprentice auditioning is a young woman named Riva, who is an elven woman who may technically be older than the gnome, but it's fine. She's looking for some philosophical guidance from him, according to what it says here on the paperwork. Rayan, a woman that you work with who you are acquaintances with and could be greater friends just based on the couple conversations that you've had with her. Whose current apprentice is Fallow. They're working to expand the Guild of Guiding Light to include not only resources for experimentation and the creation of new mixtures of arcane and mechanical, but is also looking to just provide a general library for the different areas here in the city, because you know there are different libraries here that are kind of blocked off by whether or not you're able to get into the rich, fancy areas, and their current goal is to try and make a library accessible for all, and the one who she's trying to bring on to help assist with that, a new apprentice to gather knowledge and books from all over the land, is someone named by the name of Fallow, who appears to be a bird person, and it takes you a second to realize that's a kenku, which is different than an arakokra, which is another bird person, and you can't believe that you remember that. Continuing on, you get to a paper in the handwriting of Lavina, which is the very messy, kind of scribbled out handwriting all over with a bunch of different mathematical notes on the side as well. A lot of geometry and trigonometry. You know that she's a big tinkerer mechanic here, like her eyebrows have burned off twice, kind of mechanic, whose current apprentice is someone named Star, that she didn't bother to add a sketch of, but who she is for some reason assigned different functions to, mathematical. You don't know. It's weird. They seem fine. Then there's Kergund, a transmutation specialist who doesn't talk much, who you haven't interacted with a ton, who is another tiefling that you know, and whose current apprentice is someone named Rufus, and he specializes in the art of transmutation, so he's just trying to bring up Rufus, who's another wizard type, meaning he doesn't have any innate arcane ability, but he's learning it from books and from apprenticeship. Zandra Pardon?
Who's his mentor? Who's Rufus's mentor?
Kergund. I will type it into Kergund. Kergund.
Can you get your name?
Yeah. You see some notes from Xandra Neal, and she doesn't currently have a new apprentice. She is the expansion specialist for the guild that you and Ramu brought on to try and help it become an actual guild, as opposed to just you guys kind of talking about big ideas together. She's like a headhunter who brings new people to the guild. She has a list of potential areas to check out, that kind of thing. And then there's an offhand list of graduated members from the guild who've already kind of gone through their year or two of apprenticeship before you guys had an actual building here, but those aren't the new incomers. Those are guys that are already gone.
And what was the expansion lady's name?
Xandra Neal. Xandra Neal. Zandra space Niel. So yeah, you got a cast of characters here at the guild, but not a ton of them seem to take up residence in the building yet, as it is still being worked on. enough to leave notes and kind of start to ingratiate themselves, but a bunch are still like, there's like dust and brick and gunk everywhere. I'm not gonna spend my time here.
Darius, do you relate all this information to us?
Yes. Probably not as succinctly as it was just to relate me or us.
You like start to pass out the papers to give them to each of them to read, and you kind of all swap around until you have a decent understanding. Pam kind of goes over to Hellwind and points out the different things if he has trouble reading it. Vincent,
Yes.
rather. Apologies, yeah.
Okay. So the thing that sticks out to me in my mind is the transmutation. So I kind of like ponder that for a second. I'm like, Darius, do you remember what transmutation is?
Yes.
What
It's
is
so
it?
we can change shapes. Kind of like the way Oliver was doing when we saw him in that vision in the game shop.
That's what I thought of too.
So should we try to find this person?
Do you remember Xandra? Do you remember her well?
Xandra is the expansion specialist. Kergund is your transmutation guy.
Oh, yeah, you're right,
Yes.
you're right.
Are you asking me or?
I'm asking Darius.
Okay.
I can't say as I do.
Yeah,
Well, what insight, if
Kergund.
any, could he provide to us?
I mean, I think our goal. I mean, the only person we know for sure is Ramu, and if we can find him, we can ask him all these questions.
True.
Vorgana or Pam, I want you to roll a wisdom check. Or both of you.
Both of them.
Mm-hmm.
Wisdom?
Yep, just straight wisdom. Not a saving throw, a check. Okay.
Nope.
You're still not processing well. Not only have you been transported into another body in a different realm and or dimension, your brother also just
Whoa.
like ditched you. Okay.
Come on,
Pam, a thought tickles the back of your mind, both in your triggerous tiefling former self, and in your Edgar self. You're like, hold on. In any story I've read where some person is masquerading as another person, they generally don't. They're careful with who they tell the information to. So if you already existed in this world and people know you as Pam and Vorgana and Hellwind and Darius, is it a good idea to go around saying, oh, by the way, I'm a guy named Edgar. I drive a 2002 Kia Sedona, you know. So that kind of tickles the
Yeah,
back
that
of
would
your
probably-
mind.
So we should go around as our characters.
Well, does Pam relay this? She gets a little flash in the back of her head.
Oh.
Well, it was kind of what Hellwind already said. Just in front of other people, referring to ourselves as our characters, quote unquote. So I kind of
Yeah.
agree with Hellwind on this.
Cool.
And why don't we just stick to that whenever it is so nobody's confused? Namely me.
All right, Dr. Ray, for you, we'll do it.
Thank you.
So, what's our first step to finding Ramu? First of all, is that what we want to do? Is there anything else anyone thinks we should do?
Well, I feel like we're looking for a needle in a haystack here, you know? Like, we're trying to find Oliver, but where do we even begin to look? And I don't know. I feel like we need to make it known that we're here again. So if we can't find him, maybe he can find us.
Okay, how do we do that?
Some elaborate display.
Huh.
Let's go fight a dragon. I don't know.
Okay. I mean, the guard tower guy did mention the dragons leaving completely. I think that's definitely a lead that we could follow. How we can follow it, I have no idea.
Because we don't know what Oliver looks like. We don't know who he is. We don't even know if he's here. But if he knows that we're here, and if it's actually Oliver, then we have to be able to give him some sort of sign that we're here. Something that only Oliver would know, you know?
Okay.
What do you guys think? I mean, we should go find Ramu?
Yeah.
But along the way, I don't know. We gotta make noise here.
Well-
So, what if the other day, or today, I guess it is, all the glittering lights were going around? I was following lights. You guys were following lights. Maybe Oliver's the lights. Maybe we should follow the lights some more.
Do we see any lights anywhere?
You kind of focus in on yourself, and when you try to think of the light that you kind of saw in your mind's eye, the kind of pulse that was within you, it doesn't lead you anywhere else. Now that you are all together, it's just that same. It lines up with your heartbeat. It feels normal. It's just like breathing in the back of your head. Now that you guys are together, the lights don't extend beyond your group of friends. Aside from the one wandering somewhere in the city. The city's like a maze you haven't figured out yet. And you see one light kind of...
Well, maybe we should ask around. Maybe there's some big event going on or something along those lines that we could be a part of, or even just, I mean, we went on quests all the time. Maybe we can find some sort of quest to do.
Ooh, that's a good point. Is that a different guild? Is that this guild? What are guilds? I don't know.
Do we remember? Can we make some kind of roll to see if we remember where we got all our quests from?
Whoever would like
Besides
to... Whoever would like to can make a quick history check. Yeah, make a quick history check.
I feel like mine is going to be really bad, so maybe someone else.
You can still try. So
Okay.
Pam, get
Can
to
we all just
19.
try?
Yeah, you can all try.
I feel like 19's pretty good, so I'm just not gonna do it.
Wow.
Don't be afraid of your low stats.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, that's a natural one. Darius, would you care to roll a history check? Okay. In this city in particular, kind of combine chatting amongst yourselves a little bit further, you can remember in general. Portwind, you haven't spent a ton of time in until recently, when your memories are kind of iffy for the year that you weren't in these bodies playing them. But you do know that Portwind as a city runs on trade and commerce and all sorts of things. So there are jobs for hire and for sale in almost any place you could look. They're usually collected into different boards that kind of line the tall brick walls that make their way around the city center, which is just slightly past you guys already inside of. You actually had a... Didn't someone give you a map?
Yes, I do have a map.
Would you like to pull out the map? By which I mean
Yes.
have me show you the map.
I'll pull it out and lay it onto the table for everyone to see.
Okay. My players, can you all see this map
Yeah.
as it's loading? Darius, can you see this map?
Yes, I just gotta move something first.
Okay.
Okay.
It's not perfect map. It was something like a postcard that the guard had on hand. But it has been modified, and you can add locations to it as you discover more of them. Hey, that's fun.
Hey.
And you can see that you are here in the Guild of Guiding Light, within the center walls of the metropolis part of this city. So, kind of along the outer edge of this wall are going to be a ton of different kinds of job postings. Some are for trades that you just aren't. Some are for help. So they're for all kinds of things. If you want to get more quest specific, there are going to be more and more guilds just everywhere around here of all different kinds. There are bakers guilds, there are builders guilds, there are thieves guilds, there are every kind. It's a very weird place to be, Portwind. If you can make money off of it, there's probably a guild for it.
Well, what's the most attraction bringing quest that we can think of? Or guild?
Listen, maybe we should start out small. Because
I thought you said we should try to bring attention to ourselves.
we haven't been here in years. And I'm afraid that we're going to screw everything up and maybe burn this place to the ground. So maybe we should just find the first one that we see and just kind of get our feet wet. I don't know. What do you guys think? I mean, I know we're
A
trying
big
to find
fire would be pretty ostentatious.
You also recognize that along with these just general quests kind of laying around everywhere, the most high profile, highfalutin quests would be found in the actual government buildings at the center of the city up here.
Oh.
Should we go there?
So it's up to you guys what you'd like to do. Let me know if you want me to leave the map or move it away.
I think it's good to have it there for now.
Do you guys remember what that guard tower guy was saying? Didn't he say that we haven't been here in a while?
Yeah.
So we gotta be here again, right? Gotta let people know we're back.
I mean, do we want to be here or do we want to get out?
Well, maybe the way to get out is to be here.
Maybe we should just start looking for quests. Okay. I think getting our feet wet is a good idea.
I mean, it's literally wet outside.
As if to illustrate your point, the flap at the back of the room kind of flaps open and rain starts to pelt in at an odd angle, hitting against the stone at a louder point. So it's like...
Ooh, oh. Yeah, we're not going out there right now. It's too bad.
Right.
Well, we should do something.
Well,
is there like beds in the guild or anything? Or like other rooms? How far does it, or like how big is the entire place?
Not super big so far. It's still under construction where they're probably going to be adding on those kinds of features like very soon. But right now it's just kind of disjointed, this big circular room, and then there's going to be kind of spokes off of it like a compass, north, south, east, and west, that you imagine will be like mess halls and places to eat and drink. That's what a mess hall is. And places to sleep. Places to discuss, labs and such. What's everyone's passive perception?
So for now, there's not really much.
Yeah.
Do we have supplies that we could just make temporary, like, sleep stuff out of?
I mean, you could sleep here for the night. You all have bedrolls in your packs of things that you start with as adventurers.
Should we just take a rest, wait for the rain to die down?
Yeah, I mean, I'm still hungry. I don't know how this is possible because this world doesn't exist, but my stomach is grumbling, so I'm very confused.
You did purchase meat bits. Did you feed them all to your dog? Who, by the way, has been, like, traveling and kind of hovering along under the table every now and again. It'll, like, bump from underneath as he bashes his head up.
Aww. Wait, did Hellwind give me the meat bits?
I think Veronica, or I bought them for Veronica. And I think she was going to give them to you, so...
Someone has meat bits.
Yeah.
Because Veronica doesn't eat meat, right?
No, that's Ashoka. You're confusing your half-orcs.
Missed it by that much.
Okay, so you all kind of...
So we're going to start off on our next quest by taking a sleep. All right.
that's like life. That's how D&D works. So does anyone care to keep watch at night, since this is a partially built building with only a flap keeping one of it closed? It will be split up into 3 shifts. Would anyone like to take watch?
I
I
will
will.
because I can't sleep with my stomach empty, so I will keep watch as well.
Okay. One of you can make a perception check with advantage, or you can both do it.
You want to both do it?
Well, sure. Perception?
Yeah.
Well, actually, I think you should just do it with advantage, because either way, it's gonna be rolling twice, and my perception is -3. So
Oh, okay.
So the first one's 11. 25 with a natural
Ooh.
20.
nice.
Okay, so as you and Vincent kind of post up on either side of the wall next to this little flap, kind of hanging out as you usually do, while Vorgana and Darius just kind of bed down on their little sleeping bags in opposite corners. You're listening to the rain outside and hearing it and kind of jogging your foot up and down against the floor, like still not being able to quite believe this. But the rain outside occasionally will brush in and hit your legs, and it feels real, and it feels real, and it feels real. And there's a noise from outside. Something's happening. Someone's there. Someone's there who's trying to sound like they're not there.
Should we go check that out?
No. We'll wait for them to come to us if necessary. I kind of
What
like.
if they don't come to us? What if they're waiting for us to come out?
Then we shouldn't go out there. If they're waiting for us. But we're saying this in hushed tones.
Okay.
I kind of like grab my whip and I'm kind of just like squeezing it. Just
Okay.
in case.
Okay. So
Wait,
you're both just
can you
waiting?
have-
Yeah.
Can you have your little pug go check it out?
Do you really think I'm gonna send this useless creature out there and have him possibly
What?
get destroyed or demolished?
That was very rude, first of all.
Listen,
And second of all,
do you remember Jacques? Do you remember how useless he's been? I love him with all of my heart.
I
Remember how
pull
useless
Jacques towards me and give him a little like pet and kiss on the forehead.
He nuzzles into your neck and kind of.
Jacques, I mean, just look how old he is too. He's gotten old. I never really noticed.
He can give us some sign at least if there's danger out there.
But I'm not gonna. What if he runs away? He won't run away. He's stupid. But
He can like fly, right? Or no?
He can.
he can fly. He's in a cloud. Look at him.
Okay, that's true. Can
Alright.
can he just fly with like out of range of their sight and see what that is?
Should I give him like a little dagger to like protect himself? Do you want me to do that too?
Sure.
He's a dog. He cannot hold daggers. God damn it. Alright. Well, alright. Jacques, go sniff it out, buddy. Go on. I kind of like nudge his booty towards the door.
So he starts to head out kind of under the flap. I want you to make a stealth roll for Jacques, which is a roll 1d20 -1 because he pants
Wait,
very loud.
Before he leaves, can I tell him to bark if anything bad happens?
Sure. Make
Oh,
an
yeah.
animal.
He's
Since
a
you're
very-
not his owner, make an animal handling check.
Okay.
He's a very, very scaredy cat, you know? He's gonna make noise if he's scared. Ooh, nice!
Hey.
And that's his stealth check, by the way.
Okay. So, Hellwind, you tell, or Vincent, you tell Jacques, okay, bark if you see anything, and he kind of, and he goes up and he
Or bark
boops
if
your
you're in
nose.
trouble. Don't bark if you see anything. Come back to us. So if you go out there and something bad starts happening to you, bark as loud as you can. But if you go out there
Now
and you
you've
find
confused
danger,
him. You gave him
Come
two
back.
instructions at once. You confused him. Look at his stupid face.
You see one
Just
eye
not really-
blinks and then the other, and then you somehow know that he has accepted your command. And then he kind of
Okay.
dips down underneath the open flap of the little vinyl next to the guild hall and heads out. Please make a perception check for Jacques now that he's outside. Give him a +2 because he has 8 eyes.
Oh my. +2?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh,
Okay.
Wow. What did I tell you? What did I tell you? A dumb dog.
you can't. We don't even know if he found anything yet.
Right.
Okay, so you hear the panting start to fade into the pitter-patter of the rain, the, like, constant splattering of the rain. And then after a minute or two, you're kind of sitting there waiting, and you can't hear the footsteps anymore. And then...
I zoom up and I run outside.
I also run outside.
You see a man in dark clothing whose face you haven't seen yet, kind of grasping towards Jacques, trying to catch his little cloud, not understanding what's happening with it. He turns towards it and sees you.
Can I take my whip out and whip his hand?
Let's roll for initiative.
Oh snap!
Okay.
Do I? Okay. Ooh, okay.
Darius and Vorgana, I want you to roll constitution checks to see whether or not all this noise wakes you up.
Oh. Oh no.
Okay. Okay. Wow, you were both dead tired. Wow. Vincent is 18. Oh, that dude. Okay. And Pam got a 4. Okay, so it's the bandit's turn first, and he is going to make an attack roll at Jacques to try and cover up his barking.
Oh,
So-
Wow.
how dare.
What a joik.
He actually takes a step back and then points a light and points a crossbow at your dog.
Oh my gosh.
Wow, what an evil person.
That hits.
What?
Babe, do me a favor real quick. Roll a d10, and that'll tell me how many hit points Jacques has. Because he's a small boy.
Oh,
He has
no.
6 hit points. Okay, so that hits. Your dog drops to the ground.
No.
You think you're not sure he'll be fine, but in this moment,
Wait.
as you see your dog kind of yes.
It's too late now. I'm a protection fighter, so I could have used protection and given him disadvantage.
You're not within
Is it
5
too
feet
late
of
to
him
do
yet.
Dang it. Okay.
But you see, what's weird is that it's Jacques' cloud that kind of falls apart first, and then his paws just kind of go in the air to try and keep himself up, but it doesn't work.
Oh.
And he falls to the ground, and he's breathing heavy. And
I'm like,
Pam,
no!
in this moment, you who has still felt like Edgar by and large, who have had a hard time connecting, in this moment, you're Pam. Your dog is down, and you are mad. And
Yeah, I dig my fingernails into my skin, into my palms.
yeah. And Vincent, it's your turn. What would you like to do?
Let's see. What can I do? I have a lot of different things I can do. Let's see. How many? I get like 3 actions, right? Or something like that.
Something like
As
that.
a fighter.
Yeah.
Where is that on my character sheet? Or maybe it's just a specific ability?
If you use action surge, you get more attacks.
Okay. Do I have to use a, wait, let me see. Take 1 additional action. Okay, I have to take a rest to reuse it.
Mhm.
Okay,
But
first
as
off,
a level
I'm good.
13 fighter, you have 3 attacks natively on your turn.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yes.
First of all, I'm going to move in between the bandit and Jacques.
Okay.
Second of all, I am going to try to use a disarming attack.
Okay. So
Nice.
roll to hit.
Let's see. I just want to make sure it does what I think it does.
Okay.
So I roll a superiority die, right? And then based on that,
Well, you roll to attack first, and then if you hit, you can do the thing.
okay. Uh, 14.
That hits.
Yes. Okay.
So with your disarming attack, does it still do damage, or does it just make him drop his weapon?
Let's see. When you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can expend one superiority die to attempt to disarm the target, forcing it to drop one item of your choice that it's holding. You add
Okay.
the superiority die to the attack damage roll, and the target must make a strength saving throw. On a failed save, it drops the object you choose. The object lands at its feet.
Okay. So he's currently holding his light crossbow. He has a scimitar that's still on his back, but he's not holding it, so you can try to make him drop the light crossbow. Go ahead and roll your superiority die stuff.
Okay. How do I do? What is the superiority die?
I think your
Or, like-
superiority die is like a D10 or something at the level that you're at. Hold on. D8. So
D8?
yeah. So what does your description say again? It's a
What?
disarming attack. Okay. So roll for damage on your attack that you rolled, and then
Okay.
you add a D8 to that.
So should I do that all in one, or should I like roll my longsword damage and then?
If
just
that's easier,
add-
do that,
Okay, I'm just gonna roll longsword first.
and then add a
Did
D8.
that work?
I don't see anything yet. Oh, there it goes.
Oh my gosh,
Wow.
that is a lot.
Yeah,
and
you're
then
strong.
I will roll 1d8. 3. So you
Yeah.
have to make a strength saving roll that beats that much.
Yeah. He fails, and not only does he drop his weapon, he drops to the ground in front of you bleeding. Because that's like it.
Wow.
How do you want him to leave this story?
How do I want him to what?
How do you want him to leave the story? What is his ending? Because you just like one-shotted a dude. Good job.
Can I just cut his arm off?
Just
Can he just shoot Jock and then I cut his arm off?
yes.
And like kick him on the ground?
Yeah. Are you trying to? Is this lethal or non-lethal? Unless you specify it, it will usually be lethal.
I am trying to non-lethally.
Okay.
cut
So.
his arm off. With
Sorry, that got me. Okay.
that.
So his arm, in the middle of the rain, you feel yourself really in Vincent's body for the first time, and without anything even happening, you just see Jacques, and his arm is on the ground as he falls over, like face smacking against the pavement in the water. If you want to stabilize him, why don't you roll a medicine check?
Yes.
Okay.
What is your medicine stat, Sam? Or whoever you are.
5.
That's +5. Go ahead and roll that if you want.
Yeah, mine is like -3, so.
Okay. You have a stabilized humanoid who you haven't really given enough attention to. You kind of shake him as you're binding up his arm so he doesn't die. Would you like to keep the arm?
Yes, I would.
Can I slap him with it?
Yes, you absolutely can.
I slap him with his own arm. How dare you?
Amazing.
I rush him back over to Jacques, and I'm like, "It's okay, buddy. It's okay. It's okay. You're fine. It's
Aw.
okay." I like start crying. I'm like, "No, it's fine. You're fine. It's okay. It's okay. It's all right."
Are
And
you
I'm kind
going?
of just like holding him in my arms.
Okay. Are you gonna try to heal him?
Yes. Medicine check.
If you wanna just stable, if you wanna really heal him, you should use a spell.
Spell.
You're right. I don't have my list of spells with me. I'll stabilize him for now.
Okay, roll another medicine check. Okay, so
Nice.
you kind of get the little crossbow bolt out of him and he whines, but then you immediately kind of patch him up with some bandages and you watch as he kind of falls into an easier sleep, and then parts of his cloud start reforming around his belly, almost like adding extra padding to the bandages.
Aw.
I'm just holding him in my arms.
Mhm.
And I kind of just like look at Vincent. I'm like, this is real life, Vincent. You can't just send dogs out somewhere to go check on something. They can get hurt.
I know. I'm sorry.
I just shake my head.
Do you guys try to wake up your other party companions? It's still the middle of the night. I'd say it's like 2 a.m.
Is
ish.
the dude still like on the ground?
He's on the ground. You've stabilized
Is he,
him,
like,
but he's
awake?
still. No.
Oh.
Rain is.
Wait,
Yeah,
what?
you cut off all your chances to talk to him.
Wait, is he dead?
No, he's stabilized. He's unconscious on the ground. He will probably require further medical attention.
All right. I'm like,
Makes sense.
I'm like, Vincent, drag that guy inside. Let's search him.
Okay, I do that.
So we
Okay.
move back inside.
Okay.
Do you grab him by his feet or his arm?
Are you awake now?
No, this is just Dad.
Oh.
I use his I like pick him up by one of his legs and the arm that is not cut off and throw him over my shoulder.
Okay.
I'm like holding his severed arm like across my shoulder.
Which
I
the arm
also pick
itself
up his
is still
crossbow.
bleeding. Okay.
Yeah.
You take
I
his
know.
crossbow. He also has a scimitar on his back. So you drag him inside, flop him down on the ground or on the table?
Probably on the ground, yeah.
Okay. Flop him down on the ground. So who wants to check through his pockets? Who wants to do the looting?
Before that, I kind of kick Morgana's foot.
Mm-hmm.
I wake up.
Yeah. You wake up and see a red, sneering, sniffly tiefling, now drenched and kinda snotty, clutching a dog.
I'm not
Can I
crying
say-
anymore, but I'm still like my eyes are still red, and I'm still just like, wake up! There's somebody we have to search. I say. And then I move over to Dr. Ray and I gently touch his shoulder.
Darius, you wake up and see a
Thank you for
vaguely
that.
calmer. Yeah.
Thanks.
Red tiefling.
What's going on, folks?
Darius, something happened, and I don't know. Can you come and help us?
My best. How's it going? Who's this guy? Where's his arm? Oh, look at his arm.
I'm like, oh, here's his arm, and I
What
hold
is
it out to Darius.
What did I miss?
Darius, you're presented with an arm.
We caught this guy sneaking around outside, and he attacked Jock.
Yeah, I hold out Jacques as well, like in both my arms. I'm like, he shot
Jacques.
Jacques, Darius. He shot him. Can you fix him?
I have a mending spell, but I don't think I can mend.
I just nod. I know I can do it. I just don't remember how to do it. I know I can fix him. I just don't remember how.
At that moment, Pam, you saying that you don't remember, something near your chest begins to feel warm. And you feel around your neck. And you grab
I grab my pendant. I grab the pendant around my neck.
Mm-hmm. You
And
remember
then I
there's
remember
something you had to
something.
do every day.
Yeah, I had to pledge something to someone, and I suddenly hear like this voice in the back of my head, and
Mm-hmm.
I kind of just I don't really hear it, but it's like a distant sound, and I can tell that it's a voice, and I kind of just nod, and I'm like, okay, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of flip my pendant a certain way, just on instinct, and I hear,
Mm-hmm.
and then I just nod, and like, okay.
Well, do you flip it like a coin, or are you picking a side to put it on?
I picked a side to put it on.
Okay. And you
I'm
rest
like,
that side outward against your chest.
yes.
Okay.
I kind of just like move off to the side by myself, just kind of
Okay.
nodding.
Okay. Do you still have Jacques?
Yeah.
You gonna fix him?
Yes. I cast. I'm kind of just like, still just like nodding to myself, kind of whispering under my breath, not really knowing what's happening, but kind of just letting it happen.
Mm-hmm.
I cast Cure Wounds. Can I do that?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So cure wounds. Do you see how many hit points that heals? What do you roll? Whoops.
I
Wrong check.
don't have that.
Okay. I will double check for you real quick.
Thank you.
Yep.
I'm just like,
That's
okay,
all.
yeah. Wait. Yeah, sure.
As
Just
this
like
is
still
beginning
nodding to
to
myself,
feel
and
more and more real to you as you feel this kind of divine energy pour through your palms and into your little dog. Roll 1d8 plus your spellcasting ability modifier.
what's that one then?
1d8 plus, I believe yours is 5?
Where would that be on my sheet, you know?
It's on your spell page.
Okay.
Oh, it's actually plus 10 because you have a,
Oh, okay.
yeah,
Spell
that's your
attack
spell
bonus?
attack. Yeah, so roll 1d8 plus 10.
Wow.
Sweet. So you cast Cure Wounds and you feel this pure divine energy flow through you, and then all of a sudden your little boy goes, and he starts like jumping up in your arms and he licks your face.
And I'm like, oh,
And
you're so gross. You're so dumb. I love you so much. I'm so sorry. I'm so
he gets
sorry,
like
buddy.
snot
Sorry.
from his nose onto the snot beneath your nose from when you were tearing up.
Aw.
Ew, okay, get off me, please. Just get off, man, okay? I love
You like
okay?
shove him and he starts hovering around. Okay.
I come over to him and pet him, and I say, "I'm sorry, Jacques. You did good, though."
Yeah, buddy, you're a strong boy. You know, you're a good strong boy. Okay, you did good.
He kind of tilts his head at you, Vincent, and then after a second of like thinking about it, he's like a pug that never grew, like his growth was stinted and he's a weird mutant boy, and he kind of like lets his cloud fade a little bit and then climbs onto your head and goes like and like sits there.
I just pat him on the back.
Yeah. So you still also have a dismembered man and arm.
Before
Yes.
that, I kind of grab the pendant around my neck and I just say thank you.
Okay. You feel this like
Alright.
rumble of warmth at the base of your spine.
Yeah. I'm like, oh, all right. I'm holding an arm still. There's still an arm.
Yeah.
You can just
Yeah.
set it with the rest of him.
No, I think I'll hold it for a bit.
Okay.
Well, let's find out, why did you guys chop his arm off?
He attacked Jacques.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Let's find out why was he sticking around here?
Yeah, that's what we
Looking
should
for
find
us?
out.
Is he just trying to steal stuff? What? Quick, mister.
You're trying to wake him up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or do you
So
want to take his stuff first?
We should
Yes,
take his
take
stuff
his
first. He still has one arm. I don't
Okay,
trust
you can
him.
do that.
Okay, somebody
Okay.
roll an investigation check to loot this man.
Who has the best
Me.
investigation?
Let's
Okay. I have -3, so
Wow.
Max, you cannot
Yeah,
be
I know.
afraid of your bad stats. Embrace your bad stats.
But if we have the chance of getting a higher roll, we might as well take it.
Okay.
That's good.
Okay. That
Okay.
works.
So Darius, upon your students in these different bodies telling you, no, we should probably like loot the guy first, you're like, okay, and you start like padding through, and then you pull out a small coin purse with 22 gold. You find an insignia on the inside of his collar of like 3 intersecting circles, and that tickles something in the back of your mind as Darius. And let's see, what else does this dude have? You find he also had some daggers strapped to his lower leg, like 3 daggers. He has a scimitar on his back, and a pretty decent, though now waterlogged, like wool cloak. Not a super flush guy, but he has that, which you now own because you have him. Vorgon, are you just looking at all of this happening?
We're looting this guy with one arm.
Yeah.
So what does the 3 circles recommend? Stir in my mind.
Make a quick history check for me.
Wow, nice.
Rana, are you there?
Okay. So you see these 3 circles, and it tickles the back of your mind that you've seen these before in some time when you were just Darius. These represent some kind of a guild in this city. And you think a little bit harder, and you're like, oh yeah, the laws in this city are weird. This is a member of a thieves guild? Or rogues guild, rather, but you're not too sure whether or not that's illegal to be here. You're not sure beyond that insignia why in particular he stopped by here, but you imagine, you know that these thieves guild, the way that they operate is they are kind of hired out to other people for explicit purposes.
Oh,
And
thief fire.
yeah, that's the point of it. It can be made money off of, so it can be a business, therefore it's legal in Portwind. Which is messed up, but true.
Everything is legal in Portland.
Yeah.
That's their motto. I'm gonna make that motto.
If you if you can justify it as a business venture in Portwind, then yeah.
Interesting.
Guys, are we in trouble? Is this
I
guy,
mean,
is this guy like after us?
if we can sell his arm, then it's legal.
True, actually. You could totally sell this dude's arm.
No, screw that. I mean, I don't. We can get rid of the body. That's fine. But are we in trouble? Like, is he
He's
after
not
us?
dead.
Why was he here?
He's not dead, is he?
We can make him
No.
dead. I put my fist in my palm.
Is there
Let's
anything
question
interesting
him
on his
first.
arm? Any rings? Anything in his cuffs?
Oh, I fling the arm forward towards Darius. Here you go. Take a look.
Heavens to Betsy.
Do I find anything?
You accept the arm? I apologize. I thought that there was like a no, I'm not touching this. But you just take the dismembered arm. You start to peel back the pieces of fabric on it. You see some like not very well done tattoos. He doesn't really have any rings. He has a plain leather bracelet. But if you take a closer inspection of it, it doesn't mean anything. It's just a little leather bracelet he had for some reason from someone.
A little
take it.
friendship bracelet. from his
Can I take
thief
it?
friend.
I mean, unless Darius stops you, yes.
I take the bracelet.
Okay. It's just a simple, like, 3 pieces of thin leather that have been braided together and then looped around each other at the end to make a thing.
Okay.
So should we question him now, or should we take the rest of our shifts until morning and then see if he's conscious again by then?
This guy will not survive the night.
Fair point.
He's bleeding profusely from his arm.
I thought you stabilized him.
We kind of did, but you mean it's a severed arm, you know?
Yeah, he's stabilized temporarily, but unless he gets some, like, proper healing, he probably will not do very well.
I mean, you can heal him, right? But I don't know if that's a good idea.
Part of me is about to say, I don't want to heal him, but then, like, I get, like, a tingle in the back of my head, and I'm just like, oh my god, okay, fine.
Although, it's weird. There's a tingle in the back of your head, but it's not giving you guidance whether you want to do it or don't want to do it. It's just, they're paying attention to you.
Mm-hmm.
But they always are, even when you don't feel a tingle. And it's weird.
I remember that now. Before I had forgotten.
Vorgana, you could also heal this person. Are you just chilling and watching this all happen?
Yeah, I'm not really sure what to do.
Is there a fireplace with a fire anywhere?
Oh, I know what you want to do.
There's not, but there is a, like an out. You look like against the far wall, one of the other pre-constructed of the 4, like, compass hallways. There is one along the wall that is starting to be roughed in, but is not fully built yet, and does not have, like, it's basically just like a little bump out of that wall.
Okay.
It doesn't have any wood or anything.
Can
But,
anyone
I mean-
summon fire?
I was thinking that too.
What do you
I'm
want
pretty
to do,
sure I-
Darius?
I was thinking of beating his scimitar up in the fireplace and then cauterizing his arm.
Yeah. Can anybody, Vorgana, can you summon fire by chance?
Yeah, I can use a continual flame, I think.
Ooh.
Ooh, that works.
Yeah. It looks like I can just touch it.
Would you like to?
I guess I can just touch his arm.
Yeah, Vorgana, you being more familiar with the spell,
Or
you
anything.
realize you just kind of create a small flame that tickles the palm of your hand, and as you're doing it, the part of your brain that's still just a human kid who works at the pizza shop in your town is going, okay. And then you hold the flame up to the edges of this guy's arm, where you cut it off, surprisingly cleanly, but there is a little bit of, like, space just past the shoulder that's there, so you kind of cup it around that and cauterize it. Cauterize it? Cauterize. Cauterize it. You cover it in corduroy.
Cauterize.
Uh,
Turn it into.
Corduroy.
You lightsaber it so it's sealed off now, and he will officially make it through morning, though he will in no doubt be, he's going to make a constitution saving throw to see if he wakes up.
Ooh.
So,
Nope.
what do you guys think? Should we try to wake him up now and question him, or do you think we should take the rest of our shifts and rest until the morning?
His, like, eyes start to flicker open, and then the pain from being on fire immediately sends him back under again, so you're fine.
Oof.
Oh,
I kind of feel bad, you guys, but at the same time, I kind of don't.
I don't feel bad. He clearly was using that arm for nothing but evil.
You're right. I take the arm back from Darius and I kind of move it underneath Vincent's chin. I'm like, yeah, you're right. You're so smart.
Ugh, please stop.
Okay. Well, I'm down for taking the shifts if we want to keep an eye on this guy.
What do you guys think? Darius, Vergana?
That's fine.
I, for one, cannot sleep anymore.
Well, you need to sleep in order to get your full night's rest. A cough, a cough. You've already done your watch.
Okay, well, I'll try to sleep then with Buddy Jacques.
Mm-hmm. So, Darius and Morgana, are you good to take a next shift?
That's fine.
Morgana?
I said yes.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. I will also take a rest then.
Okay, so you kind of curl up in their abandoned spots. Morgana and Darius, you can either both make perception checks, or one of you can make it with advantage.
I heard Cece in the background.
I
Good
have
job
0
on your team.
perception, so yeah, it's probably better that Darius do it.
Oh, well, he got 20.
Got a
Yeah,
natural
natural 20. Seems like everyone's getting natural 20s today.
Yeah, what's
know.
happening, you guys? Pardon me. Hello. Okay. So you two stay up throughout the rest of the night into the sunrise, and there's no other disturbances. The rain starts to fall away a little bit towards sunrise, and you see this like rain-slicked, beautiful, crowded, cramped industrial city that is somehow strangely pretty in how cluttered it is as you look up towards the government buildings in that direction past your little guild. And you can just see in your mind's eye how this place is going to grow with you guys here to foster it. Yeah. No other encounters throughout the night, though you wonder briefly why there wouldn't be. So, it is now the morning. You have a unconscious man, his arm, and some buddies. What would you all like to do?
Should we try to wake him up?
We could try.
I kind of like grumble and I'm just like, guys, I was tossing and turning the whole night. I'm very tired. What's going on?
We were thinking of waking up your
Oh,
Your
how do we do
attacker.
that?
I
You
will.
can't touch him on the shoulder.
I'm gonna grab his arm and slap him in the face as hard as I can.
Roll an attack. Just roll 1d20.
Okay. 9.
Ooh.
That's fine. Part of his armor class has been disintegrated because part of his armor is gone. Okay. So you slap him in the face with his own slightly already limp, cold, wet hand, where the rigor mortis has started to set in, and goes whack, and he, what? Where? Oh, where am I? Woody. And then as soon as he's like conscious enough to see the four of you standing in front of him, he immediately just shuts up, his eyes wide.
Ooh.
I step on his other arm so that he can't do anything with it.
He's gonna make an attack. He's going to make a dexterity saving throw to see if he can move his arm out of the way inside.
Okay. Well, I'm making an attack roll, you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
I got a 6.
lucky for you, he rolled a natural 1, so he... What? What do you want? What?
Why are you trying to attack us in our sleep?
I
also
wasn't-
pulled my crossbow out and pointed at his head.
I wasn't trying to attack you. I was just
You
here
attacked
to...
our dog.
I was here to do a job, and then a dog started flying around my head. I didn't know what it was.
What job were you here for?
He kind of closes his mouth and looks to the side, not wanting to tell you.
I like crouch down beside him and get really close to his face.
Mm-hmm. Make an intimidation check.
Ooh, I'm good at that.
Can I give her advantage because I'm
Yes.
also pointing a crossbow at her? Okay.
Yeah, roll it with advantage, so twice and take the higher. between the crossbow pointed at his head, the foot still on his other arm, and your intense tiefling stare. We're here to mess with the construction, okay? Okay?
Construction of the guild?
Yeah, I don't know. We got hired to make it look bad, so the mason that's making this for you guys looks bad for the. Doesn't matter. Can I go?
I like grab his throat like a little bit, but not too tightly, but just tight enough. Who's we?
I don't. Do you mean the builders that hired us, or do you mean us? 'Cause we're just for hire.
Yes, who hired you?
The Stone Shapers Guild. Are you done?
Stone Shapers.
Yeah, they
you
said
done?
some. He kind of like looks at you in frustrated confusion, like, what does that mean?
Why? Why did they send you?
I don't know. They just pay us. We don't ask. We're supposed to make the construction look bad, collapse the building in on itself, but you were here.
I look at Pam as if to say, is that good? What are we done with him?
Not quite. I get up, walk over to Jacques, pick him up, and I hold him in the guy's face. What do you have to say? What
He
do
turns
you
away
have
for a
to
second,
say?
trying not to get the dog slobber on his face. I didn't know it was a.
I just start stomping on his arm really hard.
I'm sorry! I'm sorry! Sorry.
For what?
I'm sorry I shot your dumb dog.
I step on his arm really hard.
Ah!
What did you call him?
No, it's fine. He's right. He is a dumb dog. But he's our dumb dog.
Hellwind, I want you to roll 1d8 plus your strength modifier to see how much damage you're doing to his other arm.
Ooh.
Okay. 1d8 plus.
First day back in the realm, you guys are just devastating this bandit. Ow!
I got a 7.
You're stepping on his arm even harder, and you hear as some of the bones in his hand start to crack.
All right.
I look back at Pam. Are we done?
Yeah. Let him go.
You don't seem You don't seem cut out for this job. You might want to pursue a different line of work. And I let my foot off of his arm.
He slowly pulls it under his chest and stands up, watching all of you, and then starts to move. Yeah.
I shove his other arm into his chest.
Uh,
You might want this back.
I really don't.
Do it yourself.
He kind of just lets it topple to the floor and then runs out away. So
All
that
right,
happened.
what are we gonna do now?
I kind of just get up for a second, and I'm just standing there with my arms on my with my hands on my hips, and then I just I kneel over and start vomiting. Oh, you guys, that was intense. I don't know how Pam does it, you know? I don't. Woo!
I'm sadly more used to this than I should be.
I look at him and I'm like, Harrison? You know
But
that.
that's beside the point.
Listen, no. You know that nothing matters, right?
Well, that's not decided until we find a way out of here.
All right. I kind of
Darius...
wipe my mouth.
Darius and Morgana, you've just watched the majority of this exchange happen yet again. Do you two typically leave the brutal parts to these two?
Yes,
I didn't even know we were getting brutal.
I'm defense. I'm not offense.
Okay. So it's a new day. There's a decapitated arm. There's an arm on the floor. There's apparently. Thank you. There's an amputated arm on the floor.
Severed?
There, yeah, something. There is a arm that is detached from the original person it was attached to on the floor. There are the four of you. There is a new day outside, bright. The storm has passed over Portwind, and there's sun shining now. On the streets, what would you all like to do?
So, what did you say? Stone chaser, stone scraper,
Oh yeah,
Stone Shaper.
stone
Yes.
shaper. Okay. Is this a guild we should be worried about? I mean, why would they try messing with the guild of the guiding light?
I have no idea.
They're
Any
a bunch
idea,
of
Darius?
brickheads.
Oh, that's a good. Yeah.
Or blockheads. One or the other.
Morgana,
Mm-hmm.
you have been quietly watching all this. Would you make a wisdom check for me? Okay.
Nice.
After hearing this person kind of panically tell you the whys of this, you figure this isn't so much about. You're not 100% sure. You don't think this has to do with the Guild of Guiding Light necessarily, but more so just with the relationship between the different building guilds in this area. So, the Stone Shapers or whoever, you're not 100% sure you heard the guy, right? We're just trying to make these other construction people, essentially, look real bad.
Any idea
Play
what
that back to these guys.
Okay.
Any idea what for? Is this something that affects us directly?
I don't think so.
Then
It kind of affects me, yeah.
Yeah. Indirectly.
That's
I'm-
true.
Since I'm part of the guild.
Oh, that's true.
Technically, by extension, Vincent, you're also part of the guild. Even though it wasn't necessarily a guild when you were coming up, Ramu had you written down as his first graduated apprentice.
Okay.
So,
I mean, this is kind of our home, quote unquote, for now anyway, so I think we should try to preserve it as best we can. Should we pay a visit to this Stone Shapers Guild?
That bring more trouble than it's.
I mean, we can, it doesn't, like, not like an attack visit, like actually see why they're trying to, or if we can get them to, not do that.
Question. Can I wear a costume?
who are you asking?
I'm asking Vincent.
If you want to, sure.
I mean, we shouldn't go as ourselves, right? Because we just sent back one of their own, severely dismembered.
Yes.
So should we?
As opposed to unseverely dismembered.
As in hacking.
I mean, if we're gonna go, we have to go in disguises, right? Am I right? Otherwise, that is asking for
I
more
guess so.
performance for it.
He did see our faces, which kind of sucks.
I mean, and if we're kind of well known around here, which we've been told that we are, then
Yes.
that might be bad for us.
True.
We shouldn't have let it.
Oh, should we go after him?
Should
He
we?
can't have gone very far. I mean, he has one arm.
That's true. But that doesn't affect his walking skills.
Oh, that's true.
But we can still see if we can chase after him.
What would that do though? Would we just
Stop
keep him
the-
haunted for the rest of our time here?
I guess so. I mean, we could pay him off to not tell them, but I don't know how much money we have.
Hmm.
Well, we 22 pieces of gold.
What if I approach him in a disguise and?
I mean, if you want to be in a disguise, nobody is stopping you.
All right. Well, maybe we should just forget about this for a while until it becomes a problem for us again. That's usually how
Okay.
I handle things.
I mean-
Defense.
Ignore it until it,
Do we have anything else we can do until then?
Hmm.
If that happens.
A brand new day.
You
We have
have a
very empty
whole
stomachs,
city to
you know?
explore. You can do literally whatever you want.
Who's hungry?
We might as well eat.
Does anybody know where there's a nice gnome run place or something?
Oh. Can I make a history check?
Sure. You can also just reference the map. It'll be like a. Just make it sure.
That's much easier, actually. Can I investigate?
Sure. Investigate the map. Okay. Easy enough with the map. That's just about all you needed. You can see that the Central Food District, there's plenty of super fancy, probably more expensive than you'd like places within the actual upper echelon of the city. But if you go out into these side streets, there's a whole kind of food and entertainment district down here in the middle. Around where you found yourself in the House of Evandra before. It's around there that you came from, but there are more restaurants than you can count. They are the way the architecture works here in the outer limits of the city, this kind of broader area before you get to the docks. Eateries and restaurants and places to stay and sleep, places for entertainment are like stacked on top of each other, like 1, 2, 3. If there's one there, there's like 3 to 4 more above it, and you can just pick.
I hand the map to
Let's
Morgana.
head
I'm
for
like,
the Waffle
here, you want
House.
to pick?
Are we looking for a place that has gnomes?
That was Darius's request.
Find a place with gnomes.
Okay, how about just head for Waffle House, okay?
Okay.
So you're looking for the Fantasy Waffle House specifically.
Mm-hmm.
Knowing Oliver, there probably is one of those around.
Aw.
Okay, so you begin to head down from the Guild of Guiding Light. Everybody roll me a straight d20, because I want to see if something happens. Either you'll have... Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. On your way to the Guild of Guiding Light, from the Guild of Guiding Light, you begin to notice that the streets are somewhat more crowded than they were the night before because the day is active. You hear people shouting amongst each other about various topics, different aspects of trade and nobility, different things about the changing council that's happening soon. But you're not super familiar with how that process works here, but you have a vague idea that is part of something that Ramu is helping to work with. As you begin to make it into one of the farther areas down, closer to the docks, just before you hit what you believe would be a breakfast specialty bed and breakfast inn that you do have a vague recollection of from some game Oliver had given you guys in here before. He had made sure they were fantasy crepes, actually. That's what you're headed towards. But But on the way there, that you pass a building that, even on this bright, sunshiny day, seems somewhat dismal. You see little kids of all different sizes and ages and races, kind of milling about outside this tall, partially slanted, one of the few buildings that doesn't have another stacked on top of it, orphanage that you passed by earlier the other day, and you see a bunch of little kids kind of hanging laundry outside, doing little things. You see some of them playing what you imagine to be fantasy jacks or some such similar on the pavement between the buildings, and they kind of just watch you, this group of bright adventurers, as you pass by with kind of big eyes. And you continue on your way to the Fantasy Waffle House. Let's come up with a name for that. Cotina's.
FWH. No,
No.
that works.
Cotina's. And as you poke your head in, you hear and from the counter, not a gnome, but a little halfling woman with big glasses and white hair in two low pigtails on either side of her head, pops up from behind the counter where she is, next to a big, overly sized cash register that's probably about as tall as she is. Oh, hi, welcome. You see that the place is crowded on this sunny morning, and there's a lot of din inside and clattering of plates and dishes put together. I'll be with you in just a second. And she scatters off. Is there anything you guys would like to look at or investigate before she comes back? You imagine a minute may be more like 5 based on how busy the place looks.
Smells good in here.
Does smell good in here. I want to order the whole restaurant. Wait, how much money do I have?
Check your inventory.
Didn't I lose a bunch when I ran away from that
Yes.
Yeah.
game?
Yeah.
Yeah, that still happened, and there are probably still some people at that place that are at least somewhat unhappy with you.
Yeah, for sure. I'm never going back there.
So if we got 22 gold from that one-armed thief,
Uh-huh.
how do we split that up? And how do we add that to our total?
I mean, for now, I think you can just keep it because you're the one who searched him, and then we can just use it. I mean, if you guys are okay with just using all of our stuff interchangeably, I figure.
That's fine. I mean, yeah, Darius can hold on to it for now.
Yeah.
It's just easier.
How do I add that to my sheet? DM?
You tell me that you want it, and I will show you how. But for now, you just go in here, and you got 22 more gold. Now you're at 33. There you go.
I don't know what you just did. Oh, it did. It changed some.
I have many powers.
Where is it though? In the sheet? Sorry.
It's down by your equipment, so it's on the main bio page, and then you scroll down a little bit.
Uh-huh.
You see the little icons of stuff.
Yeah. Under equipment?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then you see the little red thing, the silver triangle, the other silver thing, the gold thing. So you'd had this much, but then you lost it all in a bet. So that's gone.
So I lost all of it, huh?
Yeah. Unless you want to roll a d20 of luck to see if you got some silvers left in your pocket.
Yes, I do.
Roll 1d20. 15. You have 8 silver left in your pocket.
Okay.
Which is at least enough for some food.
Yeah.
You gave yourself a character flaw. Guess what's going to happen? Okay.
Is there anybody else in this restaurant of interest that sticks out or anything?
Make a perception check.
Is Oliver here?
I got a 7.
It's almost too loud in here, and that kind of everybody just got off of Sunday church and they're all having brunch at the same restaurant kind of way. Like the people in here are like a bunch of families heading out to eat on a sunny, bright day. There's like a decent amount of sailors who are coming in off the docks who are all talking super loud for no apparent reason that you can see. Yeah, it's just very overstuffed, very crowded. Nobody that stands out in particular, but you can tell that even just starting to get used to the way that this city works, looking at a couple different tables, you can tell that, like, oh, that table has clothes that are all the same color and have an insignia on it. They must be part of a guild. And oh, that table has clothes that are like in the same, not the same color, but the same make. And they also have like headbands with everything on that's the same. So
Okay.
around here, unless you have a family, your guild is everything.
Okay.
Mhm.
Do I recognize anybody?
Make a quick perception check.
I'd like to roll a perception check as well.
You very well may. What?
Natural 20.
Nice.
Okay. So, Vorgana, you notice glancing around the restaurant, like, there's the different guild members from different areas. There's families on Sunday brunch. That's all fine. Sure, whatever, good. You notice that, at a table in a far corner near where you imagine the restrooms or the kitchen to be, because it's where someone keeps disappearing into and out of, there is a, old, weathered-looking figure who appears to be in, like, not as nice a clothes as anyone else, with, like, a heavy cloak on, even though it's a sunny day outside. With this tattered bracer on one arm and lifting a drink to his mouth. And you see that as this little halfling woman passes by him every time she has to go to the kitchen and come back out, she kind of gets a little bit tense. And also this little halfling woman, the one who's running this place, seems like all excited and happy on the surface that she has a bunch of customers. There's clearly the level of, like, my place is filled stress that is there that's to be normal. But you notice that other servers in this area, there's like 2 or 3 other little waiters and waitresses, all different races. There's like a couple half-orc ones and another what's the word? Wow, what's that word? Another half-elf. Wow, thanks, brain. Kind of helping wait on people. They also all seem kind of tense, and more than the just I'm retail working. Veronica recognizes I'm on shift right now stress, and this is like 2 ticks above that.
I relay that to the party members, and I also tell them that that guy over there seems very strange.
He does seem strange. Do you guys want to? Should we get food first?
Do I notice anything else in addition to that?
You notice that the servers are giving people stuff with fruits faster than they're serving any other food, and you don't know why.
Yeah, I'm very focused on the food.
Yeah, you're very hungry.
Okay. Well, yeah, maybe we should order first, and then while our food is getting here, we should go talk to that guy.
As you say this, the little silver-haired, white-haired halfling woman comes back over. Oh, I'll get you seated in just a minute. How many are in your party? She starts to like counting, tries to step on her tiptoes in case she's missing someone. 4?
Tentatively 5, but yes, 4.
5, and is that a... She kind of points towards your shoulder. Will he be needing Satan as well? Is he gonna be a problem?
No. Yeah, he's okay. I can put him outside if you'd prefer that.
Well, it is rather busy in here today. I'm just afraid he might get a little bit overwhelmed, you know. Dogs.
No, he's a good boy. I kind of like pat his head. He's okay.
He's our seeing eye dog.
Yeah. Yeah, Morgana here is blind.
Yeah, I can't see.
Make a deception check.
I'm
Can
just
I make
looking
it
at her
with
dead
a
in the eyes.
Can I make
Yeah.
it on his behalf?
No.
No.
Vorgon is the one who lied. He is the one who has to make the deception check.
Okay. All right. Here we go.
Ooh.
Oh, that's pretty good.
She might
Oh,
be
you
able to
got
see
one of
it.
those illusions going to make it look like your eyes are normal.
It helps people from making jokes.
Oh, I'm
Oh,
terribly sorry, dearie. Just
I
be
just
careful with your
pat him on the
little
back.
one.
Oh, thank you. You're such a sweetheart.
And maybe don't let him get much in the. Some of the older folks around here get a little bit picky with animals near. Just keep him under the table if you would. Don't want him to get any slobber in your food now.
Of course,
Okay.
ma'am. Thank you.
All right. So she leads you over into like along the wall closest to the front entrance, a table tucked away in a corner. There's not really any windows in this place, but there is a very pastel-y floral wallpaper and some like little drop chandeliers with candles lit on them that makes it feel almost like daylight in here. As you all settle in and she hands you some menus. So we got the strawberry as a special today, and as you know, we're well known for our breakfast. So just take your time.
Wait, the special was just a strawberry?
No, it's strawberry on top of other things.
What's special about the strawberry?
Oh, they're very fresh, very in season. We get a bunch of them from all over our own little farming community over on the other side near the wilds of Portwind. And then, of course, we have the exotic Ness brought in. Very special, though it's a bit more pricey, I'm afraid. So, yes, just take a quick look. And as she's talking, another one of the patrons goes, Hey, can I get a coffee refill? I said, sorry, you'll be, look at the menus if you would. And she starts to walk away to tend to other customers. As you're all
right, what can I get with 8 pieces of silver? Let's go, boys! I'm like looking through the whole menu. How expensive are these things?
It depends. The basic foodstuffs is like 2 silver for a plate, but if you want to go fancier, it'll go up to like 5. It's not a ton to eat. You're on the edge of Portwind. You found like a decent place. It's not in the inner city. Yeah.
That's why I like Waffle Hut.
Well, if I know me, which I do, then I can save 1 piece of silver and make 100 pieces of silver out of it. So I will just spend 7 pieces of silver today.
We
Which
can
will
just
get
help you pay for your food.
No. I don't accept handouts, Vincent.
I just
Try
roll my
sleight of
eyes.
hand to slip some money into.
You absolutely can.
Here we go.
Do you
My
try?
X4.
Roll a sleight of hand and then roll a perception.
Me?
Yeah. You who is trying to perceive.
Wow.
Jeez.
Oh my gosh.
So you definitely see Vorgana kind of slip his hand into his gold pouch and kind of push over towards your hip.
And I am his sleight of hand, and try like, as he's trying to put it into my pocket, I take it out of his hand and put it back into his pocket.
Can I notice all of this and be like, what are you doing?
Can I try?
You make a sleight of hand check with disadvantage. And Helwind, you make a perception check.
Okay.
12 was pretty good.
So Vincent, you do see this. Except for you didn't see Vorgana try to reach over, but then Pam tries to reach over, and it's like a mess. And you also see this Vorgana, and they're just like pushing gold back towards each other. Yeah.
What are you guys doing?
So do like 5 pieces of gold go tumbling off the frost? fun of other people's.
Okay, Vergana, how's this? How about we arm wrestle for it?
Strength.
What?
Maybe. I guess I could try.
Okay.
Okay.
I like slam my elbow down on the table and I put my hand out.
I gently put my my hand on the table.
Beautiful. Okay. Okay. Make your strength checks to see who of you. Either of you will have to make the better of 3 to win a arm wrestling contest.
Better of 3.
Yeah. So Vorgana pushes the first third of the way down. Do it again. Another third.
Damn it.
Pam, you're fighting so hard.
I'm so weak.
You very much are. How are you a paladin?
Oh.
One more.
She's
One more?
so weak she can't roll a dice.
One more, Pam.
Didn't I already lose?
Now you did. Okay, and with that, we're gonna not slams, but gently pushes the back of your fist into the table.
And then as her she opens or like sees her hand, there's a or 2 gold pieces.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
But wait. I'm like, oh no, you didn't hear my instructions. Whoever loses has to give the money, or like whoever, yeah.
You can give it back to me if you want.
Wow.
My hand out.
Okay, I just nod and I keep the money.
Okay. Okay. So you order some food at different. One of the waiters comes back and takes your order, and you're all given beautiful plates of breakfast food. There's waffles, there's pancakes, there's crepes, there's ale for those who want it.
Me.
There's like some coffee-ish type substances for those who want it as well. There's just water. What would you like to do while you're having your breakfast?
Can I order something for Jacques?
Sure. What would you like to order for Jacques?
Can I order a big plate of eggs? Eggs.
You call over a different one of the half orc waiters who comes over who's a little bit like shorter and slighter than Ashoka or Vorgana, and yes, do you need assistance? Anything I can help you with?
Can I have a plate of scrambled eggs?
You surely can. What kind of eggs do you want?
What kind of eggs you got?
Regular chicken. We have a griffin egg, but it's very large. We have all manner of exotic creature eggs. They do grow up in price. However, some people say that they have a different taste.
Can I have the regular chicken?
Yeah. He just nods and scribbles it on a piece of paper. Sure, be right back. And then heads off to get it for you. Jacques, hearing his name from under the table. Pardon?
As opposed to an irregular chicken?
Yeah. You know those irregular chickens of wyverns and griffins? Those weird chickens. Jacques, hearing his name from under the table, kind of starts to float up and poke his eyes out at you like,
Yes. No, you're fine. You get back under the table. You go. No. Go. Okay, good boy.
Okay, what do you guys wish to discuss?
Morgana, what did you want to go talk to that guy?
Yeah, I don't know if we should approach him or if we should try and sneak over there.
You glance over at him again, and he's like talking in hushed tones to the woman who owns the place.
Should I put on a costume?
I mean, you're good at deceiving people, so you'd probably be the best candidate to go over there and try to get some info out of him.
Hmm.
But you should eat first because you're really hungry.
You're right.
Vincent is a good friend.
Morgana, do you want to help me with this one?
Yeah, I can be your like street tough.
Nice. What do you mean street tough?
Like I'll be like your muscle, like in the back, like looking intimidating.
Okay, that works. So who am I gonna be then approaching this guy?
You're gonna be like the deceiver. Like you have to deceive him.
How?
Let's have a good plan. It just can look intimidating.
How about I just go over there pretending like I'm looking at something else, trying to listen in on this conversation.
Or you can act like you want him as a hired hand. He seems like a pretty capable person.
Oh.
Yeah, let's try to get him for the guild.
The guiding light? Wait, what? Oh.
Has he expressed any interest in anything scientific or light-wise or
Yeah, we can
knowledge-wise?
I mean, I don't know if we should just trust him. We should find out what he wants first. But just as a just to deceive him, you should act like you need him for help.
Well, wait. How about we Darius?
Who is he anyway?
Darius, you have your invisible servant, right?
I have an invisible servant.
Can he go listen in on the guy's conversations?
I'm not sure about that.
Who has like a high perception or a high?
I do not.
Who has a high perception?
Yeah, high perception or a high stealth.
I have 5 perception, +5.
So
I
maybe
have
you can.
stealth.
This can get close. I don't know.
I mean, I have +10 deception, so I'll be
Yeah, I think the disguise would work.
He can do fetching things, cleaning, mending.
I'm sorry, you're cutting out. What'd you say?
I said my invisible servant can perform tasks as humans, such as fetching things, cleaning, mending, folding clothes, lighting fires, serving food, and pouring wine. I don't know about listening, if that's so you humans listen. And
I would say probably not listening in on a conversation.
Wow, I mean, humans do that.
I believe the point of the unseen servant spell is to give you a servant without giving you the like guilt of having another person do your bidding all the time. So I think it's probably a plus.
How far are we?
You're like, it's fantasy Denny's, right? So you're maybe 30 feet away from the dude.
Ooh, I can read his thoughts.
Whoa.
Do it.
At 6th level, as an action, choose one creature that you can see within 60 feet of you. The creature must make a wisdom saving throw. If it succeeds, you can't use this feature on again until you finish a long rest. If the creature fails its save, you can read its surface thoughts, those foremost in his mind, reflecting its current emotions and what it is actively thinking about. This effect lasts for 1 minute.
Do it.
So yeah, the person must
Make a
do
wisdom save.
Saving throw.
Okay.
What would they be going against?
Oh, wisdom save against your spell save DC.
Okay. I always forget where that's at.
Second page of your stuff.
Bio?
Character sheet, bio, no, spells, I'm sorry, is a 13. that he has to beat.
13. Thank you.
So wisdom save.
On. He's probably really wise because he's old.
And your just basic detect thoughts, dealy, is the spell.
Mm-hmm.
Ignore my typing while I
Thoughts.
double check. Wisdom save. Ooh, that's a natural 18.
Dang.
Jeez.
So you try to see into this dude's mind, and then as you kind of bounce back out the outside, his head kind of turns ever so slightly in your direction.
I stay very still.
It takes a couple
like
seconds,
I'm
and
doing
then
nothing.
it takes a couple seconds, and then he takes another drink of whatever it is that's in front of him.
Okay,
Did it
maybe
work?
we need to go through another. We need to do something else. No, it didn't work. He might even know that one of someone's trying to read his thoughts.
Ooh.
Why are we interested in this? Did
I
something
don't
I
know.
missed?
He got seen on a natural 20 perception check. That's why.
And he seems very shady. And he's also talking to like the lady that runs the bar. Like, I don't know if he's like controlling her or like making her do all this stuff.
All right.
Maybe
Well, if I go over there, what am I gonna ask this guy?
I don't know. What's the best way to deceive someone?
Hello. I just got kicked out for some reason. Sorry.
We
Oh,
hear you.
You good?
You're back.
I missed like the past 10 seconds of whatever happened, but it's okay. I can figure it out.
We found Oliver.
What?
The story's over.
yeah, that's
Good
all
job,
the
everyone.
Yeah.
That's
Oh
DieRole.
my gosh.
Yeah,
That's
no.
good.
And that's just how we roll.
We're trying to figure out what I should ask that guy if I go over there to talk to him.
Okay.
What's
Maybe you
your
should
name?
tell him that
Material-
he needs to see,
Oh.
and then we'll
And
be
you're
waiting
gonna
in
be
the alley to beat
Cheetah.
him up.
Interesting.
Alright. So specifically him, what if he sends somebody else out?
Well, I mean, if you deceive him, he
Yeah.
should, yeah.
Okay.
If you deceive someone, they're definitely going to tell you the truth the whole time. No worries. That's how that works. I'm kidding. You can do as you please. I'm just listening.
What should we do though?
Alright, well, I kind of push my chair out, and I'm just kind of like, I crack my knuckles, and I'm like, I'm just gonna go get a feel
Do-
for it, you know?
Do you roll your neck back and forth? Like in
Yes.
the movies?
Yes. I stand up, but in doing so, I forget how large my tail is, and I kind of, like, move the table beside me. I'm like, oof, I keep forgetting I have a giant tail.
You do. You have a bigger tail than most tieflings. Who usually with tieflings, their tail is their little whip, but yours is just like a honker.
So I kind of get up, and I'm kind of just like moving through the restaurant, and I kind of stand a little bit to the side of the table from this guy, and I'm kind of just like looking at the artwork on the walls, just kind of nodding and kind of just listening.
By artwork, you mean the floral wallpaper?
Yes.
So you're just staring at the wall.
The very
Yes.
empty flowers, right?
Mm-hmm. You're trying to do like a seeing eye picture thing with the wallflowers. Like, if I just squint.
Yes.
So, how stealthy are you trying to be? Are you trying to be stealthy or inconspicuous?
I'm trying to be inconspicuous.
In that case, make a performance check. Not stealth, a performance check.
Whoa, nice.
Okay. Alright. He does not seem to pay you any particular attention. He's keeping kind of a general glance about at the room overall, as he has been doing for the past, 20 or so minutes. Yes?
Do I hear anything of their conversation?
Roll a perception check.
You good?
Okay. So listening, kind of leaning in, taking a look at the flowers on the wall, and just kind of tilting your head that way, you can kind of hear, "Oh, but I don't know if that's really the best way to be going about this." And he says, "Listen, I've been around the block a few times. If you're having this much problem with an infestation, it's not just gonna be you that's having the problem. It's gonna be something that's affecting the underbuildings of every place in this area." "But I don't know if it's really that big of a deal. I don't understand why anyone would try to sabotage me. It's not really..." "Ma'am, let me help you take care of this. I'm sorry if you don't think it's necessary, but it is." "Well, I have customers to attend to." And she kind of starts to head off, and he sighs and in a kind of growly way, and takes another sip of his drink as she heads off.
Is he by himself?
Yes.
Can I look back at my members and kind of... I look back at Vorgana specifically, and I motion for him to maybe go outside.
Okay. I walk outside.
Because you wanted me to bring him into the alley, right?
Mm-hmm.
The alley on this side of the street where the restaurant is, or the alley near where the orphanage was?
The nearest alley.
Nearest alley. Okay.
Whatever that would be.
So Vorgana,
Really
you
quick?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes.
No, never mind.
It's okay.
No, you go. What were you gonna say?
Okay, I have a thing called Know Your Enemy, and it says if I observe or interact someone for at least a minute, then I can decipher. Well, Granny, you probably know it well, but basically I can tell one of their stats or their level or something if they're a superior, equal, or inferior compared to myself.
So do you also want to go outside and interrogate him?
Well, I think I can just do it from here. It says observe or interact, and I've been observing him the whole time.
Oh.
Does that... Okay.
It sounds like this might just be in battle. Let me double check.
It specifically is outside of battle, I think. It says, if you spend 1 minute observing or interacting with another creature outside of combat, you can learn certain information about its capabilities compared to your own. The DM tells you if the creature is your equal, superior, or inferior in regard to 2 of the following characteristics of your choice.
Okay.
And then it lists the base stats: armor class, current hit points, total class levels, and fighter class levels.
Okay. So I'll say that since you've been observing him from far away, you can learn one of those things. I think interacting with them for a minute is much closer, but you've been observing him for a decent amount of time from farther away. What is one of those things you'd like to know?
I want to know his total class levels in comparison to my own.
Okay. He has 5 levels in fighter, and 7 levels in paladin.
Oh, interesting.
Interesting.
And also, it does say. So I'm sorry, I should have. Or it says that you only have to tell me if he's my superior, equal, or inferior. So
He's
you don't have to specify, but
technically he would be your equal, but he is physically older than you.
okay, cool.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Hmm.
So I kind of did Vincent, do you make any kind of gesture towards me for anything?
If for if Vergana hasn't left yet, I'm gonna tell him. I'm gonna relay that information to him and tell him to tell Pam when they meet back up.
So Vorgana, just
And
as
then
you're
I
getting up,
after you told me
Vincent,
that.
like, pardon?
What were you gonna say? I was just gonna say I forgot what I was gonna say, but it wasn't anything important.
So, Vorgana, just as you're about to stand up and head out after the little head motion from Pam, Vincent catches your arm real quick and whispers that information to you, and you kind of nod and then continue on your way?
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
I also let Ray know, just so he knows.
Okay. So you kind of whispered around the table, and then Vorgana heads out. As you head outside Vorgana, you can see across the street that those little kids are kind of finishing up with their laundry, and then the group of them that were doing chores and the group of them that were playing are starting to interact, and there's like a little like children scuffle breaking out where they're like playing as you head out around the side past to see and wait in the
Unless
alley.
they start throwing blows at each other, I ignore them.
Okay, so you want to like wait in the alley where you can still see them?
Me in the alley?
Yeah, do you want to see? So there's like a small alley towards the right of the building that you're in. And if you stay at like the edge of the building instead of going further back into the alley, you can still see what's happening at the orphanage across the street.
I'll stay right there.
Okay. So you're kind of lingering, keeping an eye out. Okay, so you're waiting out there for some big buddy to come outside. What are you doing, Pam?
So I kind of move my way towards the table, and I pull out one of the empty chairs and I sit down in it across from him.
He immediately is just kind of raising an eyebrow, and you can see him more close up now under his hood. This like sheet of long curly gray hair that kind of comes up just to past his chin, and a thick mustache that's kind of unruly and almost uneven, and a heavy scar that comes down the front of his face over one of his eyes and into the top of his lip. That prevents hair from growing in all those spots. Can I help you?
I just kind of look at him and tilt my head. And I'm like, you and I have both been around the block a few times. Let's have a conversation.
I find that doubtful.
Why is that?
I think you're maybe half my age, if not younger. Just by the looks of you, you could be tricking me. Are you?
Oh. Why would I want to trick you?
Well, I surely don't know. That would be up to you now, wouldn't it?
I'm not trying to trick you. I'm just trying to talk with you, sir.
Oh, I'm sure now? Don't know about you, but generally speaking, I don't just pull out a chair at a table, sit with someone I consider a sir or a friend.
Did I call you friend or did I call you sir?
You called me both of them. I have ears.
Did I call you friend? When did I call you friend?
When you just asked me to come out to the alley with you. What's your name, kid?
The name's Pam. I hold my hand out.
He kind of looks at it for a second. And then sighs and holds out his right hand. I'm
I take
Bellman.
it and I shake it. And I just like keep shaking it. And then just like looking him in the eye.
After a second, his hand kind of pushes down on yours in a harsher pulse, and then he forcibly removes his hand from yours.
Mm-hmm. What do you do here?
Drink this coffee, generally, until there's no more of it, and talk to that fine lady when she comes back.
Here in Portland, what do you do?
What I'm hired for?
Which is?
Assisting people in various situations with my many skills.
The fine lady that runs this here establishment didn't seem too enthralled with talking to you, so I'm just curious.
He kind of shrugs. Well, people don't like hearing bad news about stuff they need fixed with their place.
What's it to
Particular
you that that it needs fixing? What's it to you?
when it's what I'm hired for, it's generally my concern.
I like laugh and just kind of look at the ground. Would you like to step outside with me for a second, sir?
To what end, Pam?
I would just I'd like to hear more about your job and your intent.
Make a persuasion roll. So you actually, and as you move to kind of head out of the restaurant, curving around the tables, you feel a little like bump into the back, like behind your knee, and hear.
Aww.
You brought a dog in here?
What's it to you? What's it to you?
I eat here. I should be concerned.
This here dog is a customer of this establishment, so you will respect your
Really?
this
Does
dog.
he have a gold pouch? Can I see it? So, Darius, you see Pam pass by with this, leading this older gentleman outside, and I believe you and Vincent are the only ones left at the table.
Yes. Should we follow them, or should we just stay here and eat?
Clink, 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 as the door closes behind them. Pam, you too see the, like, startings of the little schoolyard argument happening across the street at the orphanage. Doesn't seem no blows thrown yet, but you can actually see kids kind of like lining up onto two sides, and you're not too sure if they're playing a game or actually fighting. It's weird.
Oh no.
Morgana's just watching, not doing anything.
I'm just very concerned, but I don't do anything about it.
Yeah, Morgana, you've looked long enough now that you can see one like line of kids is what looks to be, reminds you enough of the woman inside you can recognize it as a little halfling kid with like bunches of freckles on her nose and little red haired braids, and next to her is the youngest, tiniest half orc that you've seen since you were that size,
No.
who's like slightly taller than the halfling, but you imagine has to be younger. And then a couple, and like, how many did I say were in that line? It's by and large those two. There are a couple other kids that, after considering for a second, join the other line of, yeah. Anyway, that's happening across the street when this older man and Pam walk up to you on the side, at the side of the building. You're not gonna get me in trouble for not paying for my meal now, are you?
Oh, no, that's fine. You can go right back inside after our conversation.
It depends on if you give us the right information or not.
And what, pray tell, kind of information are you looking for?
What is your relationship to the I'll turn to Pam and be like, did this gentleman tell you what he's really like why he's helping with the lady?
He did not, in fact. Would you care
What?
to elaborate, sir?
I got hired by her to help her understand something that's been happening to her stock down in the basement. Seems part of the walls are crumbling. She's worried about the foundation of her business.
Mm. Is there any way we can help?
He kind of looks off to the side and like, that's what you brought me out here for? Trying to act all suspicious when you just want to assist me? Who are you?
I kind of just want to know more about your involvement in Portland in general. What kind of jobs do you see down here? Besides infestations. That
All,
seems juvenile.
all kinds. Protecting people, hurting people, stopping monsters, finding weird things, trying to push back the... I'm sure you may have realized this if you've been in town more than a day. If it is a task that can be done, in Portland, it is a task that can be done for money.
And what kind of stake do you have in this?
I have told you thrice I've been hired, therefore I'm being paid.
Can I see if he's lying?
Make an insight check.
And insight is terrible for me.
Can I make an insight check?
You can also make an insight check.
Oh wow! What?
Okay.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. So, Morgana, you can't tell. This is a weird old man. Pam, you've spent maybe 5 extra minutes with this dude, walking him outside and such. You can tell that for sure he is actually being paid by this woman. But there may be just the slightest hint of something else that's in this for him as well.
What else? What else? What else? I don't know, old man. What are you not telling me?
I'm sure I don't know what you mean. Isn't good hard coin a good enough reason for anyone to do anything?
You seem awfully persistent with the woman inside.
Yeah, I'm not too comfortable with her having customers in this building when part of it could collapse on itself. Pardon me if I seem jumpy.
Why do you care? Why exactly do you care?
I don't know what the one past thrice is, but that's how many times you've asked me now.
I kind of motioned to Morgana to, like, intimidate him in some way.
I'm gonna start. Can I, like, now that it's taking a while, start going out there and see if something's up?
Yeah.
Can I, as Hawk, or you're doing that? Can I like roll an athletics check? And I'm like, I'm coming towards him, but I'm like flipping around and like doing all these things to be intimidating.
You want to like back up 5 feet and do some parkour?
Yeah.
You can absolutely do that. Make an acrobatics check.
Oh, not acrobatics. What's athletics? Like, what would?
Athletics is like strength and such, so you'd be like finding a garbage can and lifting it over your head.
Okay, can I do that instead?
Sure, yes. You go back into the alley, you find a half-full dumpster, and you try to lift it.
All right. Okay, here we go. Is it up really high?
You find this like half-full dumpster that's got a bunch of like moldy old food stock in it and such, and you heft it above your head, staring this old man in the eye. Make an intimidation check.
No.
While you're holding the garbage can.
Yeah. 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 Were you going to do something, or are you just clarifying so that we all understood that? Yeah. Yeah. So you hold up the garbage can thinking that will, like, scare him. And then he just goes, I mean, I used to, back in my younger days, I too took out the trash as part of
Alright,
what I did to make coin.
I'm gonna throw the trash can really hard onto like wall or something.
Which, there's the wall of the building to your left, which is the restaurant, or the wall of your building to your right, which you don't know what it is. Outside, and you were briefly distracted for a second by the same fight that's starting to happen across the street as they're distracted, but then you hear as a dumpster flies against the briefly distracted for a second by the same fight that's starting to happen across the street as they're distracted, but then you hear as a dumpster flies against the side of this other building, and some of the bricks crumble in as, like, wheat and flour and, like, eggs splatter on the ground as it tips over upside down against the wall. Well, that's just rude. I don't understand.
I was gonna be like, "How do you like me now, old man?"
I mean, it's clear that you do not have much respect for public areas, but by and large,
You know what? I'll
doesn't...
pay them back, but in his face. I'm trying to intimidate him.
Okay, try again with disadvantage because you failed on the last one.
Right, here we go.
Shaking my
Hopefully the
head.
trash can will help me.
So much.
Oh my god!
That's a natural one.
Oh no!
Can I try intimidating him?
No, I think you've run out of intimidation checks at this point. And he's finally like, listen,
okay.
even if you wanted
I
to
kinda
help
just-
me, I don't think you really could. Yeah, Pam?
I kind of just like put my hand on his shoulder and I'm just like, I just want to know what's going on here.
I say, yeah, me too.
Vincent, you're there behind the man now, having seen the trash erupt against the side of the against the side of the building. Ray's just inside with like 4 half-eaten plates of food.
I'm just
Shaking
gonna
my
walk
head.
up next to Pam and
Yeah.
like not sit and kind of like, what's going on?
Mm-hmm. He kind of looks around at all you and sighs. I really don't understand why you're getting on my... There was some kind of a creature that's been tumbling its way through a portion of the small underground system here in Portwind.
Like demon rabbits?
Don't...
Wait, what?
That's a joke for us. Yeah.
Okay. I kind of just, I shake my head and I like split my hands out and I'm just like, do you know anything about the stone shapers?
They're a contractor here in Portwind, one of maybe 8. There's some kind of son of bitches, but that's about it. So is most everybody around here.
What's your affiliation with them, if anything?
None. I know they exist. Is that an affiliation these days?
Wait, okay. What's going on out here? Why is Morgana throwing trash cans? What are you guys doing to this poor
I
guy?
don't know.
I'm trying to see what information he has that he's withholding from us.
Well, has he told you? What has he told you guys so far? Anything?
There is a creature burrowing under buildings here in Portwind. I have some suspicions as to where it may have come from. That's roughly it. He like holds his hands out to you guys. What more are you wanting from me? Would really love to go
Well,
in and finish my coffee.
Considering we just met, I'm Vincent, and I hold out my hand.
He sighs and shakes your hand. Bellman, nice to meet you. Possibly.
Nice to meet you too, Bellman. I'm sorry for my friend's behavior. If there's any way we could help, I'd love to do that. What kind of creatures are we talking about here? We have a lot of experience with combat.
Good to know, good to know. I see that's where your friend gets their trash can throwing strength from.
Yes.
I believe it's some kind of a purple worm or variation. I don't know. My concern is one is I could hire some people to help me handle it. My concern is that depending on how far they burrowed in, they may have laid a nest of more of them to hatch and sink the city in on itself if we're not careful.
Where did they come from?
Originally, I don't know. Under things. Possibly from the wilds around Portwind. I know that, they don't necessarily have an affiliation, though. I imagine some bigwig somewhere managed to get a cage of them. Maybe one of them set them loose down under the ground. I don't really know.
You said that you had a theory. What's your theory? Like, which bigwig? Who are you talking about?
I don't. All I know is that change of council's coming up. Imagine somebody who might not be too happy with the way things happen underground in Portwind might do something like this. I don't have a specific name. Just know that people here are out for coin and out for power. That's about it. So
You're telling me that you're only out for coin.
power I want's not from purple worms, friend.
What's the kind of power you want?
He kind of shuffles on his feet, glances at the people he's kind of surrounded by, says, "Well, I don't rightly know yet. Still working it out."
Tell me about it.
What? Can I get inside, finish my coffee, and do my job, please?
How about we come in with you and talk about this inside?
I kind of like shake my head. Can I persuade him?
Make a persuasion check. Yeah.
Damn it.
Back in by Ray.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a natural one. I'll be heading in on my own time, thank you. And he kind of muscles his way past you, unless any of you try to physically stop him. But he muscles his way past you and
As
heads
he's
back.
muscling his way past us, can I try to pickpocket him?
Why?
Make a sleight of
I
hand
don't
check.
trust him. I don't trust him, Vincent.
I just, yeah.
Wait.
What are you?
I'm
What
physically-
is it, Morgana?
Okay.
Physically.
Wait, what?
Put it like a
Like
hand
just-
on his shoulder to stop him.
Are you trying to like grapple him or just hand on the shoulder?
Just hand on the shoulder, but also like get him to like stop from going
Okay.
I
inside.
think just like a wait for a second, like hand on the
Okay,
shoulder.
he definitely distances himself from Pam like 10 feet at least, but then if you are staying pace with him, he lets you put your hand on his shoulder. Is there a larger dumpster you need assistance with, or...
I can handle that myself, but I am sorry about that. I would like to know how to stop this worm or whatever is burrowing down.
You want to help?
I'd like to
Joining
help
in the
you.
sleep. Why don't you hire us? Said a voice in its.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I can't hear you.
Why don't you hire a voice?
Oh, you're sending message to the dude?
Yeah.
Oh, what the...
I don't know if I can do that.
Yes, you can, actually. You keep just trying things, not knowing if you can do them, and then they work. Same thing happened with
Awesome.
mending last time. Yeah. Okay. Voice just talked in my head. Is that one of your buddies?
What?
Probably. What did he say?
He said, "Why don't you hire us?"
That's a pretty good question.
I just met you. My interactions with you thus far have been you questioning me as if I was doing something wrong, throwing a garbage can against the side of a building you don't know, and then you trying to ask me like deep questions about what I want in life while we're standing outside in front of a breakfast place.
Okay, that's Pam. I just want to help you out. If this town is in danger, I think we definitely want to help try and preserve it.
Okay. He sighs. Based on the burrowing patterns that I've seen, I'm not too sure when they would be coming back, but we might need some people down there keeping watch for whenever it does come. Because it would be. She's had the walls patched up twice, but it keeps happening. They keep burrowing back in, probably because they know there's food stored down there. May not be a fun job, just killing something and having to deal with taking it up through a place of business, place of eating, as it were, big old what'll eventually be a bloody thing. But make a persuasion check. You, not anyone else.
Oh, okay.
You who have been trying to persuade him separate from Pam.
Oh.
Wow.
What if I persuade him?
How are you going to tell me how you try to persuade him?
Use my voice again. Message.
Yeah.
Okay, you can trust us. Hire us.
You just say hire us again?
I say you can trust us, so don't you hire us.
Roll a persuasion check.
Okay.
He like looks at you and then looks at you, Vincent, and then actually kind of turns on his heel and talks to the air, not really knowing what to do. I'll talk to you, give you a chance, seeing as your buddies out here seem to be a little off their cards. Mayhaps you are the one with the negotiating abilities. And he heads back inside, and sits down, and like looks around for a second, trying to figure out what voice matches the thing that's been happening in his head for a couple minutes.
And I nod.
Okay, you get his attention, and he goes and sits down at your table.
I go in after him and sit back in my spot.
Okay. Somebody, the two of you, they're still outside. Make a quick perception check.
I'm gonna go back inside too.
Okay.
I'm gonna stay outside with Jacques.
Okay. Okay. So while you're waiting outside, Pam, the other three inside. He sits down at the table next to you, Darius. Kind of crosses his arms over his chest. Now tell me why exactly I should hire someone who's been talking in my head without my permission.
Well, that's because we know all kinds of things. And we have dedicated our lives to helping people. Sometimes it looks odd.
Mm-hmm.
But just last night we were attacked. Our building was attacked by somebody from the Stone Shapers. They were supposed to demolish part of our new construction, which sounds kind of like something burrowing through the ground. I wonder if there might be some kind of connection between the two.
Now that ain't a bad idea. So the Stone Shapers did the dirty work themselves?
No, I had a tiefling, what are their thief?
You remember what their little inscription looked like?
Like 3 interlocking circles.
Ugh. He like sighs. Excelsior. Those bastards. I hate those guys.
What are they
Who
called?
are they?
Excelsior, they're technically perfectly legal. And I cannot stand it. I'll type it in the thing so you guys...
Self-seed.
Excelsior.
Oh, oh, wait a minute.
So what exactly do they do that you disapprove of?
They're lawyers.
Yeah! Technically perfectly legal. They lie, cheat, and steal, and then...
Nope.
Well, I'm part of the Guild of Guiding Light. It was their
You...
building it was our new building that they tried to destroy last night.
kind of rubs his chin. I see. Okay, that's starting to make a bit more sense. So... He kind of considers for a second and looks around at the three of you. Hold on a sec. Looks around at the three of you. What exactly will you be expecting from me if I hire you? What's your going rate?
Um,
Don't
what's
seem...
your going rate?
I asked you first.
$200
He's-
gold each.
He kind of leans back in his seat and laughs.
I start laughing too. Oh man.
No, but really.
200 for all of us. For all four.
Pardon, can you repeat that? Oh, shit.
For all four of us is what he said.
Did you say 400? I didn't hear.
200 for all four of us to get the job done.
200?
Yes, 200.
Okay. Sorry, that's not him. I can't hear. Okay.
It's okay.
No, that may be. Alright. And,
Plus, there's another one of us that isn't here right now. He's included.
Is he? Is there anything I should be worried about with him?
No.
Wait, with who?
Whoever it is among
I'm
you
missing-
that ain't here.
Ashoka.
Yeah.
No, you don't have to worry about him. He's fine.
I would like the three of you together to each make a persuasion check. Last one. And then after you make this, we're going to take a quick break because I didn't realize it was after 2 and we probably all need to use the bathroom.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Wow.
Well, at least you guys rolled well.
Maybe
Yeah.
if I was inside.
You guys rolled well enough that he, like, leans back in his and kind of stands up from his seat. uh, leans over to you, Darius, and says, "Seems we got ourselves a deal. You good to help stake out this position tonight?"
I'm sorry, Daniel, you're breaking up.
Oh, okay. I will. Don't know what I can adjust, but I'll keep trying. Well, now, seems we have ourselves a deal. You find a stake up, post out here tonight. Keep an eye out for things.
We can do that.
All right. And with that, he reaches out and shakes your hand, and we'll be right back as we take a small break. Apologies, guys. I didn't
Yay.
realize how long it was going because I got to do my accents.
Yeah, I'll be back.
Okay. I will also be right back. Bye. Be right back. welcome back.
Hello. What was
Okay.
that?
I don't know,
Hello.
someone's touching things. Okay, there we go.
Stop touching things.
Alright, so you've just shaken hands with this man to confirm you assisting him in taking out this purple worm that is eating away at the underbelly of this lovely little breakfast shop that you have gone inside. And Pam, you're still outside with Jacques. Make a quick perception check for me, please.
20.
Whoa.
Wow, dirty 20. Okay.
Dirty 20.
Hey, before this guy is, we got a lot of questions to ask before we just say, okay, we're going to do this.
Do you want to keep talking with this guy?
Yes. We have to know his things, where the worms came from, what the worms are.
Mm-hmm. Alright, well, just 1 second, because Pam
They've been
decided to be
traveling.
outside. Hold on. We'll clap back to you in a second. Okay. Pam,
Yes.
the fight outside with these kids is kind of escalating.
Uh-huh.
No one's necessarily thrown blows yet, but you have noticed that the little baby half-orc got kind of shoved into a center circle, and the halfling girl went in after him carrying something in her arms, and then immediately got shoved to the ground as a bully-looking, kind of strangely-looking, scrawny human kid is holding up like a little notebook or book or something above his head before he pulls it down and opens it up and clears his throat and starts to read. Through the night and the shadows, the hero was on his way. And the little girl, you can hear her on the pavement kind of covering her eyes where she got scraped up. No! And he starts to read more, and the other kids around him start snickering. And he says, "What is this garbage? You're trying to write stories to make yourself feel better? We're like this. You can't change it." And he goes and rips out some of the pages from the little girl's notebook and tosses them into the air. And they start to scatter around her, getting wet as they fall to the ground that had been rained on the previous night. You see this all happen. And where she's on the ground, the little baby half-orc steps in front of her like, "No! Stop it! Stop it!" Even though she's not saying anything. What would you like to do?
So who the human kid ripped it out? Ripped the pages out?
Yeah.
Okay, I kind of just kind of walk my way over towards them, and I
Mhm.
kind of am trying to be stealthy so the human kid doesn't see me.
Roll a stealth check.
Oh no.
So you're fine, but seeing where you're going and seeing like kids, which Jacques hasn't gotten to see in quite a while, he kind of zooms forward and bumps into. He like catches one of the pages that's flying down out of the air and starts hovering around above the little kid's head, like getting slobber all over it.
Okay, so now that my cover is blown.
Hey! Get that back, Pipsqueak! As he's trying to swipe at your dog. The second time that this has happened, except now it's a child. And not...
I kind of just snap my fingers.
Cut
and
his arm off. No, I'm just kidding. Are you kidding?
I kind of just be like, Jacques, and then like I make him come towards me. But I kind of just move my way towards the kids again, and I like walk up beside the human kid.
Hey! Who are you?
I
He kind of
rest my elbow
sneers
on
up
his
at
head.
you. Hey, he's gonna make a dexterity saving throw to see if he can jump out from under you. Nope. He like tries to move and then you kind of firmly plant your elbow on his head like, no. What do you want? Leave us alone.
What's going on here, guys? What's going on? What we're doing here?
We're just having some fun. Leave us alone. I'm gonna
Having
tell the
some fun?
matron.
Having some fun? What about her? Is she having fun?
You look over at the little halfling girl who's got like really big eyes and little like tear stains and dirt on her cheeks.
Of course she's having fun. Aren't you, Marcy? Aren't ya?
And she kind of grits her teeth and glares at him and doesn't say anything. And the little half-orc boy comes up to you and kind of tugs on your cloak, kind of hiding half behind you so that the human kid doesn't see him.
They're really mean.
I kind of just like nod towards him, and I'm like, let me see that book there for a sec.
The human kid holds it against his chest, like,
No.
No, come on, let me see it.
No.
He's shifting it around.
I like try to like prying it from him.
Make a strength check. You'll probably
Strength
succeed.
check?
Yeah.
Strength?
Yeah.
Damn it! If this kid is stronger than me, I swear.
Okay, you do successfully take the notebook from the kid's hands.
Let's see what we got here. I still have him like underneath my elbow.
Okay.
It's just
I'm
so
kinda like-
stupid drawings.
What about it is stupid? What's stupid about this?
She's always drawing this person that's not real.
It's not real. Who is
It's
it?
dumb.
I asked the little girl, who is it? Who are you drawing?
He is real. I've seen him. He moves in the night and he helps people when they need it, and he's bad guys are scared of him.
I'm like flipping through it, and I turn to a page with like a bad guy.
Uh-huh.
Is there like writing in the book?
Yeah, you actually, if you're taking a closer look at it, it looks like it's a little, drawn by a kid, but it's a little comic book that this kid has been working on. And you can see on one page, like a pair of bandits dragging away some old woman in the street. And then the next couple panels, you see a long sword that then is attached to a dark figure. And then the only light in the scene that shows is a mask that you're familiar with.
That I'm familiar with?
Yeah, a lion mask.
Oh. Okay. So I'm like reading through it, and I'm like, okay. All right. So I kind of start to act out the scene. And I was like, what's so lame about this? Like, check it out. And I'm like acting it out, but I'm treating like the little kid as the bad guy in the panel.
Uh-huh.
So I'm kind of like acting out the scene with like, I'm like my tail, I'm holding onto my tail as if it's my sword.
Uh-huh.
And I'm just kind of like swiping at the kid. I'm just like, hey, let's like, I don't know what the scene says specifically. Can you help me with that?
Yeah. So at the scene, these two bandits are dragging away this old woman in the street, like down an alley, as she's like dropping stuff out of her. It's like, no! And then they come to the end of an alley and then without realizing walk into more or less, stop just short of walking into Hellwind's sword as he holds it out, just like a silent figure holding it out at their faces. And they stop just short, like 2 inches from their nose. So the edge of your tail, you're holding out sharp 2 inches from the edge of this kid's nose.
Mm-hmm. Does Hellwind say anything in the comic?
He just says, "Let go."
So I say that as well.
Sorry, I forgot for a second. I'm also the kid.
It's very layered. I'm sorry.
It's okay. No, it's fine.
So,
Um,
what else is happening? I'm essentially just reenacting the exact scene from the comic in front of all the kids.
so one of the kids runs off at the same time one of the bandits in the comet walks off, and then the tougher looking one with the scruff in his chin, which is the human kid, just stands still, not realizing he's imitating the comic. And then Hellwind in the comic in the next instant has him up against a wall, holding him up by the collar. And so you push the kid against the wall of the orphanage, holding him above your head by his collar. And Hellwind says, "Why do you do this?"
And that's what I say. Why do you do this?
She's always so weird, and she's trying to act like everything's okay when it's not. This Hellwind isn't real.
No, you have to
He's
read
not
from the
gonna
comments.
save
You're like,
us.
That's not your line. That's not your line. This is your line. And I hold it up to his face, and I make him, like, say the line.
He, like, squints at it, and he kind of sweats for a second. I can't.
Come on. You can do it. You can do it. Come on.
I can't. He, like, starts... He, like, look at him for a second. Make a quick intelligence check.
Me?
Yeah.
Well, obviously, yeah. Ooh!
Whoa, nice.
I'll do suddenly it hits you. These kids are all grubby, and they all live in an orphanage, and this kid in particular is, like, kind of bigger and stronger, but he can't read.
Yeah. Kind of figured. Okay, here. What is the robber's line?
It's what I have to do.
Okay, that's your line. Now say in a really deep voice and sound angry.
It's what I have to do.
That was great. You did great. Oh my god.
Can you
That
put
was
me down, please?
Okay, no, you're right. Okay. All right, now let's switch it up now. Okay, so you're gonna be Hellwind, and I'm gonna be the robber.
This
So,
is
like,
so stupid.
No, stay with me. So, like, I push myself up against the wall, and I kind of, like, I put his arms on, like, my shoulders.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so here's your next line. You say, this is what Hellwind says. Check it out.
We only have to do what we choose.
That's your line. Now say it.
We only have to do what we choose.
Nice. That was great. So now I want you to fake hit me, okay?
This feels like the trick.
No, fake hit me. I'm not gonna do anything. I swear. Just fake hit me. Oh.
What's your armor?
I-
What's your armor class?
My armor class?
Yeah.
15.
He barely misses you. He, like, punches and hits to the side of the wall next to you.
Ah! Why did you make me do that? No. I'm gonna tell the matron. You're gonna get in so.
We're having fun, kid. Come on.
You're gonna get in so much. She's gonna get in so much trouble.
How am I gonna get in trouble? You're the one who pushed her on the ground.
No, it's her comic. It's making you act like this. You're a weird adult who just grabbed a kid, making him punch you. It's weird.
Listen, that's all. Just be like Helen, okay? Don't be like this robber in the story. Don't take things from people and be rude, okay?
Hellwind also sometimes takes things
From people. Like, the girl on the ground is talking.
I mean, in the story, sometimes it is true.
Okay. Well, it's like how I took the book from you, kid, because it wasn't yours, right? I had to take it from you. It's not yours. You shouldn't rip it up when it's not yours.
Roll a persuasion check with advantage. Persuasion or intimidation, you can pick.
Persuasion. Because it's higher.
Of course it is. Okay. Okay.
Nice.
Okay. Will you let me go?
What do you mean you let me go, Hellwind? You let me go, man. I'm just a robber. You're the hero, man. I don't want any trouble.
He lets go of you and he runs off, not even into the orphanage, but like down the street to go hide somewhere else.
Oh.
And so now it's just the little halfling girl and the little half-orc boy who are both watching you with wide eyes. The halfling girl kind of dusts herself off and stands up and kind of and goes to pick up the other pages that got ripped out.
Okay, so this is 1 and this is 16.
And the half-orc boy just kind of stares up at you. He's pretty young, and you can see he's just got like the barest little tuft of black hair on his head, a little tusk kind of poking out the bottom of his mouth, and he's sucking his thumb.
That was pretty cool.
I like rub the top of his head gently. You're pretty cool, and I kind of hit his shoulder a little bit.
Oh.
I bend down and start helping the little girl pick up the pages.
Okay. So you bend down and start to help the little girl pick up the pages, and she starts to show you.
Okay, so this one goes here, and
Just before she hands you the last page to put in, which is like somewhere in the middle of the book, she goes,
did you like my story?
I loved your story, kid.
and she smiles real big at you and hands you the last page, and you fit it in the rest of the comic. And then as you do, something about the comic in your hands that she can't see, the half-orc boy can't see, it's like it starts to glow a little bit. The same kind of glow that your other friends have, but dialed back slightly. And as you hold this book in your hands, you're like, oh, make a roll one. Hold on, I need a chart for this. Because believe it or not, my weird D6 rolls do have mechanics. Okay. Roll 1d6 plus 1. Okay. So you get the feeling that whatever this little girl wrote in this book, whatever like story she told, that's something that came like directly from Oliver. Like this little comic book is a piece, at least it's a fraction, but it's a part of Oliver. Maybe it needs, you're not 100% sure. This is the closest you've felt to Oliver, aside from being surrounded by things he made up. This is close to him.
I'm just like holding it in my hands, and I'm not really saying anything. But,
and then, yes.
But like I'm just like looking at it.
And then as you're looking at it, it just kind of goes for a second, and the world of allure around you, the little halfling girl and the little half-orc boy kind of fade away into the darkness as you feel the light in this book kind of shine up, and then like answering an echo from somewhere far away, you feel all these other faint lights coming from however far away, you don't know. It could be next door, it could be thousands of miles, but you feel all these other little pieces start to light up of instances of pure Oliver in one way or another. Like all around you. You can almost feel the way that the continent curves in a certain area because there's something that far over there, and there's something to the north, there's something to the east. It's just like this little faintness, and then as you come back into the reality of the moment, you see the little halfling girl kind of looking up at you, and she smiles and she said,
if you really like it, you can keep it. I can write more.
I'm kind of just like, tears are welling up in my eyes, and I'm just like, yeah, I'd like that. Thank you.
Thank you for helping.
Thank you for letting me read it. It's very helpful.
She kind of like nods.
No, go ahead.
She kind of like nods, and after a second, she like holds out her hand for the little half-orc boy to take, and he does while he's still sucking on his other thumb. What were you going to say?
I kind of just I pat both their heads at the same time, and I'm like, how'd you guys learn how to read and write?
Oh, I already, he doesn't know yet, but I'm gonna teach him. I already knew before I wasn't always an orphan.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's okay. I'll teach him though, don't worry, I promise.
Yeah, why don't you teach that other kid? What's his name? The jerk kid.
Jackson?
Jackson. Why don't you teach him how to read?
Do you really think I should?
Yeah, why not?
He's so mean, though.
Yeah, he's not gonna be that way forever.
Okay. Thank you
Don't
again.
be just take this little. What's your guys' names? What's your name?
I'm, Tink.
Tink. What
Mm-hmm.
about you, little man?
I'm Grum.
Yeah, hey Grum.
Aw.
Grum, you always stay with Tink, okay? And
Okay.
Tink, you always stay with Grum.
Okay, sure.
If you guys are together, then Jackson's not gonna hurt you.
Sounds good.
But
And
yeah,
before
yeah, teach that little punk how to read.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'll teach him how to draw.
Grum says, very proud.
There you go, Grum. Good job, kid.
And they start to go to head back inside the orphanage, and as they do, Jock is kind of chasing after Grum and kind of kissing at his face, trying to, like, as he goes inside and before floating back to you. And now you have this book in your hands, and we cut back inside our fantasy Waffle House. You had some particulars you wanted to discuss with me? I thought that was supposed to happen before the handshake. Did I get my order of operations incorrect? I apologize.
No, the deal's done, but I have some questions for you.
Shoot.
You have an idea or a theory of where these worms come from to investigate that and try to start from the very beginning, see where they came. Can you give us that information and the information you have on these worms?
He kind of glances around the diner, which some people have started to file out in the time that it's taken you guys to, like, eat and set up this whole situation with him. And he kind of motions for you to get closer in the, like, little booth that you guys have. And, well, I have my suspicions that somebody within the central courthouse, or rather, guild of choice as it is, may not have been happy with something about the prison system, or maybe something within the prison system got out. I think it was something in there. I think it started out as a way to tunnel prisoners out of Portland. Do you know about how the prison works here?
Does it work like any other prison?
Ish, but it's underneath the city. Thus,
That's
the
true.
tunneling and such. Yeah, you feel me? This is what I'm talking about. I think that maybe somebody in power wanted to make somebody else look bad or something, and wanted to get some prisoners free, or maybe the prisoners bribed them, something, and they set these out to try and clear out a path. But based on what I'm saying, I don't think that they intended to get into the bottom of Rima's biscuit shop or some such, so I think they might have lost control a little bit.
See, do you have a map of their tunnels that they've created so far?
Unfortunately, no. I am rather, he kind of gestures to he's got, like, broad shoulders. He's kind of a tall guy, a little bit chunky. You know, he's got plate armor on, and he's, like, rather, unsuited. Currently, I was not confident enough to go in after one on my own. I'm not suicidal, you see.
Suicidal?
Currently, I was not confident enough to go in after one on my own. I'm not suicidal, you see.
Suicidal? Wow.
Yeah, with a team of
How did
people,
they
it'll be.
realize
Is there an entrance to the tunnel in the basement of this establishment?
There is a burrowed out entrance, yeah, rather. It is to answer your question, it's dangerous to be one-on-one with one of these things. With a group of people, more feasible. I was trying to inform the fine lady at this establishment that a little bit earlier some of the coin might have to go up to introduce a few hirelings in order to help me take care of it. That's why she didn't seem too happy earlier, if I must say so.
Any is anything these worms are susceptible to? Light, fire, ice,
Nothing in
anything?
particular I know off the top of my head. I'm afraid to say I've only ever read about them on occasion, not interacted with them much myself.
But you have seen the purple worms.
Well, I've seen the signs of them.
What are the signs of them?
Big tunnels
Voodoo
underneath people's basements, by and large.
Are they slimy? Do they leave a trail? Do they smell? Do they anything?
Uh, they leave indents in the dirt. They're not necessarily slimy. They're kind of scaly and weird. They got, from what I've seen in the bestiary books I was able to find up in the inner city, they got this big, perfectly not perfectly, but really round mouth full of a bunch of sharp teeth that I was not looking too forward to wrestling with on my own.
Do you have the book?
No, it's in the inner city, the bestiary, as it were.
The theory, okay.
Yeah, Book of Beasts. It is more or less. You're gonna catch on quick, but just to reemphasize, if anything can be sold, it will be sold, and that counts as information, which by and large is sold. So, of course, they're not gonna let me leave with the actual book. They're just gonna let me rent it for an hour, read what I need, and then put it back.
Okay. Is that all that you can tell us about?
They're gross, they're big, they bite, they make babies on occasion, which is what I'm worried about. Last thing we need is a big old
Okay.
nest. Yeah. Last thing we need is a big old nest at the center of Port Wind, destabilizing the entire city.
All right. Once they have a tunnel built, do they frequent it, or they just build, all they do is build tunnels?
I imagine it could go either way. Imagine if they want to, if they see a place that has resources, they're like any other living thing, they'll return to a place that's useful. But if they just need to get in and get out, they munch their way through some dirt, shoot out the other end like nobody's business.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes.
So, if you have a theory that these worms were released on purpose,
It would make
where
sense if they were.
where would someone get their hands on something like that?
Well, from what I understand, what I read in the bestiary, purple worms are by and large products of either the Underdark or just dark machinations in general. One quick second. In any
Well, there's
case,
some
they could.
magic involved.
Hold on one
Interesting.
second. While I check my bestiary. Just to make sure I get this right. I think they're from. Pardon while the dial uploads in my brain. Okay. Yeah. From what I understand, they come originally from the Underdark, but there is some trading between the Underdark and certain members of Port Wind, as it were. So it may be that they burrowed the way up from the Underdark into the wilds and got caught there, or someone traded them. It all depends. There's some drow folk and the like on the council, so I wouldn't be too surprised.
Where are these folks, you say?
drow folk you ever met a dark elf?
Can't say as I have.
There's something like yourself, except blue. Not always fan of the sun and weird.
Okay, do you have any suggestions where we go to start?
Well, I was saying we ought to just post up in the basement here tonight. Wait for the thing to show up. If it doesn't, maybe go a little bit further in, take a look for ourselves, trying to find where it's hiding.
Okay. You gonna come with us?
We will see what we can negotiate with the fine lady that owns this establishment. Who, actually, at saying that, he, like, raises his hand and goes, and the woman who owns the place, from where she is at the back of the bar, kind of looks towards him and just glares for a second.
Pardon me, I don't think that's how you ought to call someone in their own establishment.
Well, I'm sorry, it's a habit.
Well, you really need to work on that.
She comes over and he stands up and kind of ushers her off to the side to discuss payment and logistics of things. I'll be back in just a second. Gentlemen. He stands up and excuses himself at the table with the... As he steps away. Pam, it is at this time that you are come back inside of the little diner, and you see your boy sitting at the table.
Okay. So I walk back over to them.
Mm-hmm.
Can I take a seat?
Mm-hmm.
You were gone for a while.
You were gone for a while.
We've
But I'm saying
been
that
in
to
here the whole
Harrison.
time.
I'm saying that to Harrison, not to
Yeah.
Vincent.
Yeah.
Since
And
I'm Vincent, the joke just goes, or it just goes right over my head. I'm like,
No, but
what?
then I say, and I'm saying that to Harrison, and I explicitly
Okay.
state that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm so hostile all of a sudden. So just, yeah, I was, playing with some kids outside.
What?
What
You
are
see
you guys
this
doing? What did I miss?
She walked
Wait,
in
what?
carrying this little, like, notebook.
I don't tell them about it quite yet.
Okay.
You were playing with some kids outside.
What did I miss? Tell me about it.
Well, we struck a deal. We're gonna help this guy get these worms that are undermining the city. That sound fun?
Okay, are we getting paid for this?
Yeah.
How much are we getting paid?
200 people.
Okay. Do you guys honestly trust this guy? Wait, is he still here?
He's off to the side
He's
talking with
here.
the woman who owns the place.
Okay, I glance around my shoulder and I look towards his way and squint.
Mm-hmm.
And
Are
I
you
kinda
trying to-
lower my voice a little?
Are you trying to insight check him, or are you just squinting at him?
I'm just squinting.
Okay.
Do we honestly trust this guy?
We can trust because you rolled a nat 20 a little while ago.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I said we should ask you if we should catch him because you rolled a natural 20 just a little while ago on
Morgana
perception
did.
or
Morgana got the first perception of him. Morgana, what do you think?
I don't know. He just seemed kind of shady, but I don't know if it was because he was just trying to help or if there's something else going on.
All I'm saying is,
Not
and
really.
I lower my voice a little again.
Mm-hmm.
All I'm saying is, somebody who outwardly states that they want power, I don't trust that. But that's just me, and I know we need money, so
I mean, I don't know if we can trust the whole town, potentially.
I kind of just shake my head. That's it.
Okay.
Something is trying to destroy the city. Right? And if they sent us off to kill or deal with the dragons, maybe these worms are baby dragons.
Oh. Who
Interesting.
knows? Who knows enough about like animals and stuff? What would that be? Would that be Arcana or Animal Handling?
That would be a nature check. And your
Nature?
yeah,
What?
and your favorite nature boy is currently
Gone.
absent.
Can I make a nature check?
Anyone who wants to can attempt to make a nature check.
Okay.
Baby dragon. Oh wow. Okay. I know nothing about
Slightly
dragons.
better. There we go.
Ooh,
Right.
nice.
Nice.
The closest person to Ashoka.
Hmm. So, Morgana, you think about it for a second. Yeah, it's right there.
Nice.
Oh, you got the same. So Morgana and Darius. Darius, you and your various studies in your
So-
traipsing across Zindar, and Morgana, you with your, not traipsing, your interactions with certain parts of Zindar for certain conflicts of things, are familiar enough with purple worms to know that, they do in fact come from the Underdark. They're not in any way related to dragons.
Hmm.
They're attracted by noise and people. It is hard to
Do
control.
they protect the spice?
Pardon?
Do they protect the spice?
I haven't seen Dune, so no, I don't know what that means.
You knew enough.
Yeah, they're that took me a second. They're not dragons. They're big, weird purple worms that are attracted by lights and people and noise and are very difficult to control. And it's typically people in the Underdark that know how to control them.
So I'm like, does Darius or Morgana relate that information?
Well, first you think, oh yeah, they're totally like little dragons. They just don't have, arms or legs or wings or anything. They're just like weird. They're like caterpillars, but dragon caterpillars. Dragon pillars, totally. Totally.
Dragon.
Okay. So
What
am
do
I
I?
corrected?
How do I feel about this?
Did you roll a nature check as well?
Yes.
You're not 100% sure. They could be dragons. They sound bad.
Okay. Fair enough.
Do they kind of clarify that they're absolutely not dragons?
Do you? Or do you let Pam believe that
No.
they are?
No, we tell them everything we know.
Okay.
Or I tell her everything we know.
Me
So
too.
I
You
asked.
know, I suggested they might be dragons, but someone.
It was Dr. Ray, not Darius.
Yeah.
So wait, you said that they're best handled by people from the under something?
Underdark.
Underdark.
Underdark. So why don't we just let the people from the Underdark take care of it? Why are we meddling in their business?
Because we don't want the city to be destroyed.
How do we know that the city is going to be destroyed? We should fact check that old man who I hate.
And how best to do that than go down there and check for ourselves.
Yeah, I just want to talk to people from the Underdark. Let's investigate.
What is that you got there in your hands there?
Oh, just something some kids outside were playing with.
Oh, this little thing.
Why is there torn pages in it?
What?
Why are there torn pages in it sticking out for me?
Oh, it was just some jerk kid ripping it up. It's about
What did you?
what?
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 Why did you? Did you steal a little kid's notebook from
No,
him?
no. Stop making assumptions. Jeez.
Did they give it to you?
Yeah, the little girl that wrote it, she gave it to me. It's about you, man.
Ooh, really?
Yeah, take a look. I handed it to him.
I take it and look at it.
You said
Mhm.
oh,
What did you say? You're cutting out.
Did you say that about Helen?
What? I'm sorry.
He's
Was it
saying
Helen?
Yeah.
I kind of like shush him, cause like I don't want people to know we're talking about Hellwind.
I take the page and I look at it.
you see the same page that she had started on, which are 2 inches from their nose. It's harder for you to read the stuff. You can understand enough of the common, but it's hard because it's like a little girl's handwriting who's like scribbling it in between like whatever dirty scraps of paper she had in this little like notebook. See, but you get the general. You've been in enough fights like this to know like what's happening.
Seems accurate enough.
Did you ask her if she'd ever seen this person?
No, I figured she had, you know. But
But how could she have seen Helen?
what?
How could she have seen Helen?
I don't know. I mean, if we've been gone, you know, right? How could she have seen us?
I don't know how any of this has been happening, so anyone's guess is as good as mine.
I take the notebook back from him. Did you feel that though? Did you feel anything?
Feel what?
Nothing.
Why did you feel something when you had it?
No, I don't.
It seems like you felt something.
Nah, you know,
If any,
it's nothing. What are feelings? You know.
would anyone like to make an insight check on Pam?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Anyone who wishes to can insight check Pam. Uh-huh.
Okay. Spill.
Oh.
Pam, you can roll a deception check.
Hey.
Oh my
However,
gosh.
so Darius
I
is
win.
unconvinced. Yeah.
Wait, how does he win?
Because you both got 20 and you're like defending and he's attacking.
Edgar?
It's like with armor class.
Mm.
You set the DC and he beat it.
All right, okay. Just, I don't know. It's like I felt Oliver, like everywhere. It's like the rest of the world went away, and I could just everything was Oliver. I don't know.
Do you still feel it?
No.
Hmm.
I like hold the notebook tighter in my hands.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think maybe Oliver that she wrote about or drew about? And
Do
who
I
was
what?
it that made this book? Who was it that made this book?
The girl, the little girl, Pink,
Hmm.
just some orphan.
Tell us about Tink.
It's just some orphan. I mean, they're all. This place is so real, you know. It's like there's lives everywhere. But they're all Oliver somehow.
Are you still holding on to the notebook super tight?
Yeah.
Okay. Jacques has like nuzzled into your lap a little bit and seeing you get kind of emotional, starts to get up a little bit closer to your face and tries to like stand on the table and tries to like make his space for him to sit, so he's trying to like push the notebook out of your hands a little bit so he can like sit down.
Aww.
My spot. My spot. My spot.
Aww. I just pat him on the head.
Hmm.
We gotta find him, you guys.
Do you think that little girl would know any more about Oliver?
I mean, we could ask anybody, and I don't think they would know.
I mean, her and that notebook have been the closest thing we've found here to even resembling Oliver whatsoever.
Do you move the notebook so that Jacques can sit down?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you pass it off to anybody, or do you just like let go of it?
It's just sitting in my lap.
Okay.
Actually, I give it to Darius to look at.
Okay. So, depending on how long you're holding this notebook, if you're holding it for a long enough time, you can make a similar D6 roll. Pam took
me?
it back from Pam took it back from Vincent before you'd held it long enough to do it. But Darius, if you're just keeping hold of this notebook and looking through it long enough, you can also make a describe for me real quick. Since Pam's was the first, you got kind of a break on it. But describe for me, if you're looking at this book and thinking about Oliver, describe to me how you're thinking about him. What about him are you thinking about?
Is that to me,
Yes, it is.
to Darius? Okay.
Mhm.
I'm thinking of how I'm looking at this book and I'm wondering how she could have even known about Hellwind.
Mhm.
How she could, she's a pretty good artist.
Mhm.
Her handwriting a little weak. It's a good start of the comic book. You know what I mean?
Mhm. Yeah.
And how did she learn about comic books in this place?
Mhm.
And it's
Okay.
only like somebody was telling her about them. And I'm thinking
Mhm.
about how her like our love D&D so much,
Mhm.
and so, you know,
Mhm. Okay.
so they think that this girl, like, was she pretty intelligent? Then did she seem like she was needed to know? Did she teach her friends to read or anything like that, or draw? Maybe she should be in the guild of guiding light. She might be the youngest apprentice we ever had.
So Darius starts saying all this out loud, Pam, and as he's flipping through the notebook, talking about, and you remember that the girl was like maybe 8 or 10.
Uh-huh.
Darius, while you're doing all this, as you're talking, roll me 1d6 plus 1. Wow.
That's pretty cool.
Okay. So similarly to Pam, in the middle of a sentence as you're talking, like, well, maybe this little girl is the key. If we're just, she should join the guiding light. And as you continue on, the world just kind of fades out around you, and the light is brighter. It's like glowing, this book in your hands, a light similar to the ones that when you were trying to find your other friends. And then as you're just sitting there holding this book in your hands, the light inside, and then you feel other points in this world go one by one by one by one until, including this book, you get to, because you're Darius, so you're like counting. You're like, okay, wait. And you rolled a perfect. You rolled a perfect. So you count that there are 18 of these in total, including the one in your hands. And you get the impression as soon as you feel it, like, these are all fragments of Oliver. And in order to get a whole, you have to put fractions together. And you're not sure if that's exactly how this works, but this is like, you're not sure what kind of a set it is. You're not sure what kind of a thing this is, but something about the story in this book, or the love that went into making it something, is a genuine piece of Oliver that needs to be put together with other pieces. And
Kind
then
of like
as
a whole cross,
like a what?
like a whole cross.
I'm
Harry
not sure what
Potter.
that is. Oh, a Horcrux?
Yeah,
Yeah.
No.
it's pretty
Uh,
close.
Yeah. I couldn't tell what you were saying, but sure. um. Something, but not like fragments of a part of his soul. And you're like,
Jigsaw
okay,
puzzle.
yeah.
Okay, so we got 18 parts of him. The start of a quest, if you ask me.
And you start saying this while you're still in the bright space, and then you come back, and the end of your sentence is different than when you started, and because even because you rolled that perfect 6, you feel these points, you get all the specific information, and it's like the light gets brighter, knowing that you understand what it is, and it's like laughing almost, and you go back to reality as you have your bits.
So did we tell everybody?
You sure can.
Okay. Let everybody know that this is the first piece of 18 that we have to get together for. It's part of Oliver.
How,
He is here.
Whoa,
Mm-hmm.
what?
how did you
This
possibly
piece of
deduce
book
that?
is
That piece of paper is part of Oliver.
Mm-hmm.
this book. That girl is going to lead us on a path to Oliver. We have 18 different
Okay.
points together. This is number 1.
I kind of just like shake my head. I'm like, let Harrison touch it, or I mean, let Vincent touch it.
Yeah.
I didn't feel anything when I touched it.
No, you hold it. Keep holding it. Try.
Yeah.
Okay.
All to think about
Okay.
Oliver and the book.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I take the book.
Okay. What about Oliver are you thinking? How are you thinking about Oliver?
It reminds me of his own DM notebook and his various notes that I would always see him drawing in. I kind of think back to the.
Okay.
I hand the notebook back to Pam.
Okay.
And I put it underneath my poncho.
Okay. Perfect place. And now Jacques, content that the notebook has been fully removed from the table, sits in the middle of the table because he's like,
I want attention now.
I pet Jacques.
good. He's very pleased. He rubs his head into your like hands and nails, like.
But I kind of like look over at the lady that runs this place, and she's probably like eyeing us. So I'm just like.
She actually seems kind of like defeated by something Bellman is telling her, and is a little bit distracted until she like feels the weight of your gaze on her, and then she looks over at you, and her like expression darkens as she starts to like stride over to your table in as much stride as a little halfling woman has, like.
Oh.
Do pardon me.
Come
Isn't that the dog that I specifically told you to keep under the table?
Yes, I'm sorry. I was just Yes, I'll move him. I'm sorry. Jacques, come here. Jacques, you're embarrassing me. Come here. Come here, Jacques.
He like tilts his head at you. Make an animal handling check.
Oh.
If he does not listen to me, I swear.
Okay.
Okay, that's good.
He like trots over to the side of the table by you, probably, and then lifts himself up with his cloud and like boops your nose.
And I like put him down in my on my my lap.
Okay. Now if I am to be understanding you are all... I cannot do this. I cannot keep this woman's voice consistent for the life of me. What was it to start with? It was like
Irish.
high Irish. Oh,
Yeah.
that's right.
Yeah, there you go.
So if I am to be understanding right, you're all going to be helping me with my little problem downstairs?
Yep.
I look at everybody else.
Yes, ma'am. We're going to do the best we can to rid you of this worm, whatever.
See that you do. It better be worth it what I'm paying you.
I have a question. Do you how often have you worked with this Bellman guy? We don't know much about him.
Oh, this is the first time. He's a hired hand, says he can take care of strange things. See, I thought it was just a weird hole that my building was crumbling and getting a bit old, which happens, you know. But then I had the wall fixed twice. Twice, I tell ya. And it kept getting broken into. Really not sure what to do about it, honestly.
So
So
you
hire
trust him?
someone. Well,
Is it open now? Or did you fix
soon.
it?
I think I've got some boxes in front of it to cover it up in case one of my suppliers come into town, but that's about it. And I trust him fair enough. My sister recommended him to me, but who knows? She can be, you don't need to hear about all that. She kind of shrugs.
So he seems worthy enough.
I mean, he's got the armor, it's hard to say no.
Well, you can rest assured we're going to do this.
See that you keep your eye out, eh? If you are believing you're of more honest folk than he is, I'd much appreciate it.
Okay, we'll do it.
So I am to be understanding that you'll be coming back round at night time after I'm closed, yeah?
Yeah.
Yep.
That is indeed the plan, thank you, good lady. He comes up from the side and, like, claps her on the shoulder, and she, like... because he's, like, a relatively tall human guy. I said he was human, right? Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
And she's, like, halfling height, so the top of her head comes up to, like, his hip, so he has to, like, lean down slightly to get her on the shoulder. You don't have to... Ugh. And she, like, just strides away. I don't understand what I'm doing wrong with her. It's fine. So, make yourself scarce until this evening, wherein we will post up by this here hole, see if we can't catch ourselves a worm.
Can we go downstairs and see where the hole is right now before we go away for a while?
I asked...
what kind of we know what size it is, what kind of equipment we can get in there, etc., etc.
You can try asking her again. I checked with her already. She does not seem to be keen to be doing that during business hours. Just in case we, tempt a giant worm out of the hole underneath her store and destroy it while there are civilians inside. And he's saying this kind of loud, and like a small family to the table next to yours just kind of looks up. Like,
All right,
You might want to keep it down a bit.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah. I was trying to... I did good at the start of this morning. I was sitting in a corner. I had the cloak. You get the feeling that that was him being slightly covered in a corner is his version of being, like, DL.
Stealthy.
Yeah. This dude with, like, a bunch of plate armor who's, like, 6'3". Yeah.
I was wondering about that. I'm getting the sense that guilds are pretty important in this town, but you seem to be the only one here without one.
He rubs his chin. It's my prerogative. If I don't want to be a part of a guild, I do not have to be a part of the guild. Is that any concern to you?
No, but if we're going to be working with you, I want to know.
You want to check my references?
Okay? Not exactly. More to just make sure, I don't know. Just forget I said anything.
He kind of narrows his eyes at you. If that is all, I will be heading on my way. I'll meet you back around here after sunset. How about?
Sounds good.
Before any
What
of the rest
time
of
would
us
that be?
Before he kind of gives you a look like, what do you mean? Sunset? You know when the sun goes down instead of up?
Yeah, what time is that going to be on the clock?
I don't know. I'm not a star watcher. Do I look like he like gestures to his armor? I do not have
Okay.
today's forecast. I apologize.
All right, we'll meet you here at dusk.
Is that the word that you wanted me to say? All right. Have a fine one, if you would. And he makes his leave out the shop. Ding a ding a ding. And then the little halfling woman comes back over to your table and
I would understand that he's doing me a favor, but
she like gestures back to his other table that was in the corner with like some scraps. Still,
he didn't. Oh,
and she like heads over there to
Oh, did he get away without paying?
yeah.
How much did it go?
Are you calling the woman back over?
Yes.
pardon me, dearie.
How much does he owe? Did he-
Oh, he had a bit of a big meal. It's a gold piece for all of this.
Here you go.
Oh, thank you. Oh, that's mighty generous of you. Hey, make sure that he pays you that back with all the money that we're giving him, eh?
And she smiles
Will
at you
do.
and tucks it in her apron pocket and goes off to clean off the table.
Before you run, could I ask you a question?
Of course.
Is it all right if I go upstairs and look at the hole before we leave?
Oh, I'm
I
really
don't
not.
want to do anything. I just want to see how big it is to see if we have to crawl or had any guys equipment carrying in or what. I'm not going to be tempting any worms. Just want to get this stitch.
Mm.
Well, supposing if you could be careful,
Make a persuasion check.
Oh no.
there it is all busy. It's a big hole. You could stand in it. Other fella, he may have been making a big fuss, but he could have stood in it too. It's fine. Never. It's a big hole. You could stand in it. Other fella, he may have been making a big fuss, but he could have stood in it too. It's fine. Never actually measured it, but it's about 3 or 4 to me tall. So
Oh.
All right, must be a darn big worm.
I would imagine. Oh,
All right, we'll see you this evening.
thank you.
And with
How
that,
much-
she
Did we pay for our meals already?
I'm assuming so. Deduct like 2 or 3. Who is paying for? Someone was paying. Poncho spent 7 silver. Darius, your stuff I'm assuming was like 3 or 4 silver because I don't think you got anything fancy.
I spent 7 silver, so that means
that's
I have
what-
1 silver left?
That's what you said. You said you could make 100 silver out of 1
Why would you
silver.
guys let me do that? Why would you let me do that?
Morgana gave you 2 gold.
Oh, okay. So I have 2 gold then. Okay, mark my words. I will make this 1 silver into 100 silver.
That's exactly what you said when you wasted that 7 silver.
Hey, Jacques needs to eat, okay?
That's true.
As I write 1 silver to 100 silver as a thing to bug you with later. There's so many things to bug you with later already. Okay.
Damn it.
Where you Darius, were you saying something? Were you asking like how much time?
No.
Okay. And with that,
At some point, she will actually make 100 silver out of that one. So
okay. Okay. So with that, your first in-world quest and your first your very special sign off.
Yes, okay, let's count down, alright? So, 3, 2, 1, and that's
How we roll.
All right. Love you, everyone. Bye.
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 Bye.